I don't know why those move transitions don't work anymore. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be where you are out there.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
Hello, hello. It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is December 17th, 2020. We're going to write a little bit of code today. How we doing there, chat room? I see a bunch of friends here. Hello, hello. Oh, my goodness. Let me say hi to... Well, let's bring in the chat room. There they are. M. Pulowski's here. Hello, happy Thursday to you. Dutch Martin, Shy Sharp, Raphael DCA, Lycan 1534, Enu 235. Hello. Betancourt, Smab, Sector 2350, the Mr. Hop. The Mr. Hop? Is... Okay. The Mr. Jump, the Mr. Bounce, okay. Jizai, is that Jizai PL? Hello. Stelzy, good to see you. Developer. Hello. M. Stu. Silva Salapin. Hello, how's it going? Dange Russell. Yo. What a morning it's already been. Sorry I'm starting a little bit late here. We got about 6 inches of snow last night, and I was cleaning out the driveway so that the family, the kids can get out and get to all their things. Smab! 2 years with us. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Get your hat back. There you go. 2 years, my goodness. And we're going to make another donation to Girls Who Code. I don't have my stuff here. I'm going to have to do that later. Twitch forgot to send you start of stream notifications. Oh, wow. There is a thing where it'll turn off if you haven't clicked through to see the start of somebody's stream after a while. It will stop if you don't. So, hey, Jay Roseguard, Chicken Man is here. Blazor, Mr. Magoo, hello world to you. I want to do something different. I had planned this session with the help of Gregor Suddy regarding the Tech Festival calendar. Right? Do I have that right? And today, I want to spend some time doing a little home automation, festive tech calendar. I've got it a little bit backwards. Do something a little bit different, something a little bit fun, but also kind of the same. 2 years ago, we spent some time. We put together a Raspberry Pi that for a year sat in my basement. There was a light pointing at my home, the heating oil tank that's in my home, and it was reading and reporting the level of the oil in the tank using a little bit of optical character recognitions, a little bit of AI being run out on Azure. Well, I thought we could do something similar today. The light burnt down on that, and I had some work done in the basement. It got moved around. I never got it set back up for last year. I don't have it running yet this year. I should get it running again. But I want to get it. I had this idea in my head over the summer. I saw another streamer do something with a Raspberry Pi and a touchscreen display, and I thought, there's a thing there that we could do with it. Yeah, we did the Raspberry Pi back in it was the dates that I have on the records are December 2018. Yeah. So it was 1 year into streaming that we did that. Oh my goodness. I'm going to get that up and running. I still have everything set up. I can get that reconfigured and running again. But I wanted to set up another Raspberry Pi as a little bit of a home automation, home monitoring device. Who dat? Hey, lucky number 11 is here. Hello. Good to see you. So I wanted to put together a Raspberry Pi. I have a home server now running on a Synology that can run a Docker container. So my thinking is, I've already got the Raspberry Pi. I'm not going to do the hardware work today, but I've got the Raspberry Pi. I've got a touch screen for it. And my thinking is, I can build an ASP.NET Core Blazor application, let it run server side, let it run in a Docker container on my Synology server, so that I'm not doing a lot of stuff on the Raspberry Pi. Let the Raspberry Pi run nice and fast. And I'll be able to build a couple of little touchscreen interactions for what this Pi will do. I'll get the Pi mounted in the little case with the display and be able to have it mounted on the underside of a cabinet in the kitchen, so you can see, you know, here's what's going on in the house. Here's be able to control the lights that lady who lives in the Amazon hockey puck, whose name I shall not say because it will trigger how many of your devices. You know who I'm talking about. Her name starts with an A, and it sounds nothing like Siri. Ah, good. The phone didn't wake up. So get that. I think I want to put things on there like control the lights, see the weather forecast. And our friend Jeff Blankenberg, also on the Live Coders, was showing that there's a way that you can get some of the data back from your Echo device and display it on other services. So probably not today, but I want to leave open the opportunity to see some of those results. I don't think it's going to know this hat. It might. Or I might not have the app running properly here. Rats. It didn't connect properly into that. Let me rerun that. So that's kind of the agenda today. Is let's bust open what we can do here to make a touchscreen home automation kind of hosting center using a Raspberry Pi. This is a Raspberry Pi 3. I have all this stuff here on the floor. Let me show you what I got. Stuff. There's stuff. All kinds of stuff. Where'd it go? No. That's the power supply. So I did get, this is a Raspberry Pi 3 Model B+. It's got the green sticker on it that says there's a 16 gig SD card inside. At some point in the future, I may get a new one. There you go. Focus. You're not gonna get me that, are you? Fine. I'll put my finger over that too. Raspberry Pi 3. And I've already got it in the little case. So instead of using a typical case that you might find, did I already start screwing this in? No, I didn't. It should pop back out. Or maybe not. Oh, there's mounts here. Hang on. I want to pop the Pi out that I already started putting in. There it is. So there's the little Raspberry Pi. Yes, it's green, so the green screen is doing funny things with it.
Hey, listen.
Yes? What happened?
Hey, listen.
Yes. No, my alerts don't turn on while I'm on this view. The Stream Elements alerts. So I'm not going to do Windows 10 IoT. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's definitely didn't see that. 5 gift subs from Blazor, Mr. Magoo. Why didn't it show up here? Oh my gosh, that's great. Thank you so much for those 5 gift subs. We'll make 5 more donations to Girls Who Code. Congratulations, Mauricio, the Mr. Hop, Jizai PL, Frank, and Kurgo36. You just got gift subs, and we're going to make 5 more donations. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, it doesn't show up on the screen, but I wanted to show off some. Right, so there's, I was showing there's the little Raspberry Pi 3 that I'm going to use to power this. And it runs on a micro SD card. The one they gave is 16 gig, but and it runs Raspbian. I'll probably end up replacing it. I had a couple suggestions. We'll talk about what we can do, but it's a plastic case that has a little cover that you sneak the Raspberry Pi into so that it sits just like that in the back. Because what you end up doing, where'd the thing go? There's a, now I forget where it goes. This way. because you're going to put the screen on the front, you want to have the Raspberry Pi so it snaps in like that, so it's kind of protected inside there. But the front here, I have a touch screen to go in. And this is the Raspberry Pi 7-inch touchscreen display. So I don't know the specifics about how big this is. We're going to want to know how big it is, so that when I wire it in there, and there's wires and screws for mounting it. But I'll wire it in so that I have a nice touchscreen for my device. But I need to know, well, what's the resolution of this thing, so that I can make my dashboard, my interactions, the right size. You know what I mean? So those are the things that we got to figure out today. Touchscreen display, safety guide. Let's see what else we got here. That's the Raspberry Pi start guide. I just got a box of junk here, it feels like. Setup guide for the case, product manual for, that's something else. For some reason, like the kids think they can just drop stuff in Dad's room. You know what I'm saying? smartycase.com/setup. All right, we'll go there and see if we can figure out the resolution that we're going to be starting with. So this is where I'm going. That's where I want to get to. Oh, and there's the back panel. All right. So I've got a little bit of research that I need to do. And then I'm going to start building just a little ASP.NET Core application that should serve, and I want it to fill that display and be very touchscreen capable. And hopefully I build it in a way that I have a couple interfaces so I can drop in widgets later that connect out to various services, whether it's, I have Philips Hue lights in the house. Might as well have a weather gauge on there that says, here's the weather forecast for the rest of today, that type of thing, and the weather outside, these little things. So, all right, what else is going on here? Yeah, there is a Raspberry Pi 4. Yeah, it's Mrs. C# Fritz telling them, oh, just put that in your dad's office. Put it over there. That's okay. Go place it over there. Let me get some music playing. You know what? Since we're doing the festive tech calendar today, let's play the Stream Beats Holiday, a very lo-fi Christmas. This is from our friend Harris Heller. He makes the Stream Beats playlists. Well, that's not the right song. He makes these playlists available with music that's free, royalty-free for you to use on your Twitch stream, on your YouTube, anywhere that you'd like. Thank you so much, Harris, for letting us listen to your music. And like I said, this is a very lo-fi Christmas. The Pi 400 is the keyboard. Yeah, it looks almost like a old Commodore 64 concept. So, there we go. That's not bad. Hey, Screech Rat. All right. Now we should be able to do the hat command. Let me fire that and we should see.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
There it is. It's the Flyers location hat because it has the latitude and longitude for Philadelphia on it. Lineage OS is nice for the Pi. So I had a suggestion to use an Android-based OS for the Pi that will start up and go right into kiosk mode, which is effectively what I want. Open up a browser, go to this web address, don't do anything else. Just be a browser. So, that's a thing. Victor! No, it's okay. We welcome anybody. Folks wander away, they come back, that's okay. There is no problem with taking some time, but I'm glad to have you back here. All right.
Right.
All right. See, even Dr. Evil agrees. That's a good thing. So let's Ubuntu and GUI on the Pi is a nightmare. I've heard that. So I think I've got. Let me head over here. Let's start making a checklist of things that we need to figure out for this. And I'm going to allocate a GitHub repository because I want to make sure that this is the source code, the things that I'm going to build here are freely available, and you can see and interact with all the stuff that we're building. So let me head over to the code view. Yeah, Freedom DAO. I think you're Freedom DAO or Freedom DAO. Let me know. Oh no, what happened? Oh, I covered that. And bring that in. Move that over. Come on. You're not going to give me the light the way I want it to, are you? Or am I just going to have to zoom in here? And get rid of that. I can do that. All right. I've heard that the way to go is going to be with an Android and clear that up a little bit. Storm is over. We're nice and clear here. Touchscreen reviews are all over the place. Yeah. This is one that a friend of ours in the PH16, the Philadelphia streaming community. Her name is Ellie Face. So she recommended for her device, and has been having great success with. So we'll see how it goes. I'm not going to do the hardware work on stream. I'm not configured here in my home office for it yet. So developer, I see a question there. Let me queue that up. For a UI on a Pi for weather, go to the approach of hosting a custom Docker. Well, you're getting there, Pedro. Let's talk about what I'm going to do here today.
Thanks for the past year, all your hard work.
Oh my goodness! Thank you so much. Nothing else matters. For the 500 bits, we'll make another donation to Girls Who Code, and that's phenomenal. Of course, our Microsoft friends will match. Very cool. 10 other folks in chat just got bits. Got emotes. I'm sorry. Emotes. Love that. Let me see here. All right. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Home automation might be a little bit of a stretch here, but let's build a new repository and start outlining the checklist of the things that I need to do to get this thing working properly. So let's call this the Fritz Home Automation Repository. A simple ASP.NET Core Blazor server-side app that runs on a Raspberry Pi. All right, I'm going to make this public. Sure, we'll add a README, we'll add a git ignore. The git ignore, of course, because this is ASP.NET Core, is going to be the Visual Studio one. I wish there was just a .NET one. But instead they called it Visual Studio. So, I mean, alright, that works. Choose a license, yes please. I'd like MIT. I license just about everything with MIT. Not going to wire up to Pendabot. No, not yet. Create that repository, here we go. The only home automation you do is a prankster with the Fire Stick app and changing TV channels from your room. So, Irandos, let me put that up on the screen. If I got a story, let's talk about this, and then I'm going to come back over here. TBD Gamer
just resubscribed for 18 months.
Thank you so much for the resub, my friend. 18 months. That is awesome. We'll make another donation to Girls Who Code. Irandos comments, the only home automation is pranking, changing the channels on the TV. So here's the deal. Last night I'm downstairs, and it was 2-3 nights ago. I'm downstairs. I'm enjoying a fine adult beverage in the kitchen, and I've got my laptop there, and I'm tinkering away on one or two things, and the TV's still on in the family room, but it's on the Roku screensaver screen, right? And Mrs. C# Fritz is upstairs in the bedroom watching TV. And getting ready for bed. You know, I'm staying up a little bit later to tinker with a couple of things. And all of a sudden, the channels on the TV start changing. And I'm thinking, oh, one of the kids must have come down. I had my headphones on, didn't hear anything, and I'd peek over into the family room. No, there's no kids there, and the TV's changing channels, and it's going back and forth in Hulu, and this, that, and the other. I'm like, what the heck's going on? Suddenly I get a text message from the wife. There's a problem with the remote in the in the bedroom. It's not working with the TV. No, you were controlling the wrong Roku. Somehow it got synced to the Roku in the family room, and so that was a thing, and getting that all sorted out, but same type deal. Developer asks here, what podcast do you recommend for .NET except .NET Rocks, because it's already on the list? Gosh. Podcast for .NET. So many have come and gone, and I've stopped listening to many other podcasts other than .NET Rocks or Hansel Minutes. Those are the two that I'll drop in and listen to. I'll listen to This Week in Tech, Windows Weekly, both from the Twit network.
Ray Scott!
Yeah, him. That was weird how it didn't start right away like that. Really weird. But it's been doing that for a while since I've deployed this version of the stream tools. Anyways, those are the podcasts that I listen to. I listen to a couple of the Scott Johnson podcasts. Core, the gaming podcast that he does. I haven't listened to what's his World of Warcraft podcast? I forget. The Instance, thank you. I haven't listened to The Instance in a couple of years because I stopped playing World of Warcraft. But I do listen to Core on a infrequent basis. I was listening to it every day, every week when they were playing Heroes of the Storm. So, I don't really have .NET podcasts that I recommend. Honestly, a lot of the folks who do .NET podcasts started streaming. So there's folks there. Patch and Switch, of course, they're good friends of the stream. I've joked with Joey Snow and Rick Claus that we need to do a stream together. They've done a couple streams where they've been brewing beer in their garage. That's really cool, but it's not a podcast per se. This Week in Channel 9 with Christina Warren, while not a .NET specific podcast, is a weekly video that she'll release on YouTube. It's youtube.com/Microsoft Developer or youtube.com/Channel9. I forget which one it is. But you'll find This Week in Channel 9 out there. That's a great series. Christina's a good friend. Definitely enjoy watching her insight, her take on some of the news of the week. And it's a 5-10 minute video that she does a great job putting together and writing. Christina knows I've been a big fan of her writing since way back when she was at, I believe it was Gizmodo, and covering Apple device launches, and it's really cool to be able to work with her now and put together and do some cool productions together. Self-Hosted is a good podcast. Noted. Thank you. Adventures in .NET from DevChat. Haven't listened to it, DevChat. There's a .NET Core podcast that's out there. I was on one of the first 2 or 3 episodes. Adventures in .NET, I was on one of their episodes. None of those folks, they've got longevity, but I just haven't hooked on and listened to them on a regular basis. So, AM Charts and Blazor. I'm not familiar with AM Charts. Frank does some stuff. Coding Blocks. They're another friend of. I met up with them in Florida. Another great podcast as well. Listened to them a couple times. Oh yeah, Streamo Colada. Yes, I haven't played Heroes in the Storm in a little bit, but I'm a Sylvanas main. Love playing as Sylvanas. Love. Oh my gosh, when she was a specialist, No, I'm showing my age now. Going back 2 years, I could just dominate matches. Just turn things completely around, move into a lane and blow through. Really, really great stuff. But they've weakened her significantly since they turned her into a ranged assassin. So listen to me, I'm talking game stuff. Let's figure out what we want to do with this. Let's talk about all the things that are going to make up this Raspberry Pi that I want to do here, right? Because
I love it when a plan comes together.
So, yeah, 2 years ago when I was nearly 19, something like that. So let's see. Let's set a project here. Starting the Fritz home automation service. There we go. Hey, Aztec. Just briefly talking game stuff. Nothing. I think you're going to find over the next 2-3 weeks. I'm technically off from Microsoft starting tomorrow afternoon. You're going to find I'm going to get a little bit less serious over the next few weeks as we head into January and try and take it easy over the holiday break. And gosh, to our friends out there that are observing, happy Hanukkah to you and yours. I think, what is this, day 6, 7, as we near the end here. So happy holiday to you. And we've, for those that observe Christmas coming up, we've got about a week away from that. I hope you and your family have a wonderful Christmas season. And Kwanzaa, and folks observing Kwanzaa, absolutely the best of holidays to you as well. Unpopular, yeah. Heroes of the Storm, easily my favorite MOBA as well. It did kind of die. They really pulled out all the support and everybody stepped away from it. Hey, Vegas Vault, go ahead, take a look. You saw earlier, it reported this hat. It found it. It's my Flyers location hat. Maybe we should spend some time putting some more hats into the description thing, but if it's not finding it... Right?
Oh my.
No matter. Played Heroes of the Storm for years, started in the beta. Yes, I was in the beta as well. Since the bigger changes, like the it's almost like version 3 when they cut back the team so significantly. I felt like so many folks walked away. I would love to get back into it. I was literally playing it every day and playing at least 3 to 5 games every day. And here's the thing. I have played maybe 5 games public on the internet. Most of my games are solo or with family members against the machine. Heroes of the Storm, Ready Player Parker. So let me start outlining what we want to do here. What for this? So I need to identify the hardware, the screen size. Right? I forgot the ad. I need to identify the screen size for this. Start the application. I want to identify. I need to get a number 1 feature. I want to get the state from I have Philips Hue bulbs all throughout the downstairs. So let's design a widget plugin, a widget architecture for this. Build the Philips Hue widget. And I've also got a Wemo. Right, a Wemo is a... Hey, it's Litany. Good to see you. I've been told that the Hue API is pretty easy to use, so I don't think that's going to take too long to work with. But I have a Wemo, that's an IoT AC adapter. You plug a lamp or something into it, you plug it into the wall, and you can basically turn on and off power to that lamp using that device. I bought a couple of them, and one of my daughters swiped one that I was using for the Christmas tree last year. So I could just come downstairs and say, hey Alexa, turn on Christmas, and all of a sudden, all the Christmas lights turned on in the house. That was fun, but she ran off with that to her room so she can use her phone to turn on and off the LED lights that she got herself in her room. But what do I have? Build the Philips Hue widget. And let's see if we can build the Wemo widget. And right, I'm going to put this on here, but I don't think we're going to get to it. Build the weather widget, and at some point I'll want to build the oil reporting widget. So I've got a number that shows here's the level of the oil tank from my other IoT device that's not currently running. I can get it running again down in the basement. It's Zigbee for your other stuff as well, which is relatively easy. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Wow, I'm drinking a green G Fuel, and it looks, look at that, you can see right through it. Ugh, that looks gross. No, it's green. Looks like Ecto Cooler. All right, so those are the items that we've got. Hey, there we go. Oh, you know what I also need to do? I want to deploy and have the Docker container run on my Synology. Here's my Synology. We wrote a demo over here. So if I have the Docker container build on GitHub with a GitHub action, I want to publish that container as a tar file so that I can import it here, right? I was looking at this. I don't think the Synology... Any pink hats? Ready Player Parker! Hold that thought. I was looking at the Synology here, and I wanted to see if I could automatically deploy and update when there's a change to the container, and I don't think, right, so if I have something coming out of the Docker hub, right, I don't think I can have it redeploy if there's an update, right? I don't think it'll webhook and grab the latest version. I think it's going to be something that I need to do. I mean, not terrible. There might be a way to automate that. Somebody might have a story around that, but I think there's, right, one of the first issues I'm going to write in here is how to deploy, automate deploy to Synology, right? I don't know how to do that. There's got to be a way, but otherwise I can just zip the container, right? Don't just create the Docker container, but I can tar that, publish it as a release here on GitHub, and then download and redeploy. Not hard to do, but there's a level of human interaction there that I don't want to do, you know? If I publish and release a new version of this, update my Synology, refresh the screen on the Raspberry Pi, and Bob's your uncle. So, I will look for a pink hat here in just a minute. So I want to make sure that I have, I need a GitHub action, build container. I need to build a Docker container and publish that container as a tar.gz file. So publish a release so that I can install it on the home Synology server. Which, like I said, it's hand-holding, but it'll work, you know? Let me think. Pink hats. Pink hats. The best I can do is the Diva hat. The pink Diva hat with the little bunny frou-frou. How's that? Or don't tell Svava. They've called it Little Bunny Fritz in the past. I've added a couple. Let me jump into the rewards there. I'm going to open up a couple of them so we can redeem them. Redeem these a couple times here today. I'm going to manage rewards, particularly where to go. Wear a different hat. I think I only let that run a couple times. Cooldown and limits. I'm gonna give a 10-minute cooldown for those. I'm gonna open that up from 4 redemptions to 8 redemptions a stream. There we go. And I think I added another voice mod so I can go to Santa mode. But I think I'm going to open up the other voice mods. Yeah, they're right now. Each one is twice a stream. There you go. Go ahead, check it out.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Look at that. Liliana! Hello, hello, my friend. Oh my goodness. I don't have a pepper emote. There was a story over on our friend Fairy Wings stream about habaneros. We try to be family friendly here, so I'm not going to go too far into it. You can check out the clips on Fairy Wings stream, and you'll see it there. But yeah, there was a fun story. Hat swap stream where everyone just keeps redeeming to swap hats would be amusing. We can go up to 8. Up to 8 of them now I'll do. So let me take a look next at this is the Raspberry Pi touchscreen display. It says element 14. So instructions for safe use. Does it tell me the resolution here anywhere? Right, we should be able to. Nope, changes language after that. So this is the Raspberry. Let's take a look and see if we can find the Raspberry Pi display. How you doing, Liliana? We are working on a little home automation. Raspberry Pi. This is the Raspberry Pi touchscreen display. I think it is 7. Yeah, 7-inch. RaspberryPi.org touch display. Yeah, there we go. The 7-inch. There we go. That looks like the thing. That looks exactly like what I got. Yeah, there we go. And it's already got this little gimmick on the back, with a little screen that you attach to your. What is that? I think that's. I guess that's a. I don't know what that is. Raspberry Pi display board. Yeah, okay. Right. Looking at this. So this one's already mounted on the back. I don't know, maybe they wanted folks to take a little bit more time to. So this one's already mounted on the back and it has a USB port on it. So say it's already attached. So, I don't need to know what is Raspberry Pi. Specifications, here we go. 800 by 480 display. Okay. Now we know it's 800 by 480. Okay, so let's edit the README. And is optimized for a Raspberry Pi 7-inch touchscreen display. The resolution for this display is 800 by 480. That should be easy to test using browser tools that allow me to change things to almost a mobile display. So if I turn it to mobile display and landscape, in the browser, that'll probably be a good approximation. And I think you can even force the size of those. So let me also provide a link to this. Even though it's a buy link, I'm okay with that. The folks who make the Raspberry Pi stuff, they're in pretty good shape. That was the extent of what you're going to say on it. Chilly, thanks to leaky windows and snowstorm. Liliana, I'm the same way. I have bad windows, and we tried to get our windows replaced here in October, November, And because of pandemic, they haven't been able to manufacture the Windows fast enough. So I'm not going to end up getting Windows replaced now until almost February. They're all on order. They're all paid for. Got to wait for them to be built. So it is kind of annoying. How much is that display? Here we go. If I go over here to Kana Kit, $70. That's not bad at all. 70 US. Think about it. Raspberry Pi is what, 20, 30 bucks? So for about $100, 125, 130, including the case, having a complete device that has, right in the Raspberry Pi 3, has Wi-Fi built onto it, has Bluetooth built onto it. I don't have to add anything else, and it's going to be able to connect and do all kinds of things. So that's for making a little home automation device. Cool. I'm happy with that. All right, so now we know 800 by 480. Let me start. Let's, I'll do it inside of Visual Studio. File new project. Might have to resurrect car PC software. Sure, right, at that size device, and you can plug something into the car computer. You might not be able to have that connection running while the car is driving, but yeah, mount something in the car. That's easy. Easy. Alright, so this is going to be a Blazor app. I'm going to put it here, and let's call this Fritz Home Automation.web. The name of my solution is just Fritz Home Automation, with the thinking that I'll define an API and be able to add in widgets after the fact, and maybe at some point be able to configure and add and remove widgets. I want to make this as a Blazor server-side app. I do want Docker support. I do want Docker support. And I love that I can just check a box and suddenly my application is configured for Docker. Like, yeah. Hey, Visual Studio, what are you doing? Now, okay. Now, for those of you who may not have seen Blazor, we want to get you in, get in here. We want to show you all about Blazor. Come on.
I'll get you, my pretty.
No,
and your little dog, too.
No, we don't want to be mean about this. Come on in. So Blazor is a user interface framework that you can use to build applications and then deploy them using Docker or whatever. But you can run that user interface framework, your choice of run it on the server and deploy just the changes to the web pages, or you can run it inside the browser on WebAssembly and have it run natively inside the browser. I don't want to do that in this case because the processing power of the Raspberry Pi, while it's pretty good, I don't want to have all kinds of things querying and loading and pushing data back and forth out of the Raspberry Pi when I've got a perfectly good Synology sitting here that has 8 gig of memory and it's doing nothing. So let's put that to work. Drop a container out there that is running this device server side and just updating the user interface as things happen. Yeah, we're just gonna shove some of the data I want to work with here. We could store it in USB or whatever. So it's downloading and installing all the new container stuffs here for Visual Studio. Now I can build components inside my project, or I can define a series of interfaces and allow those components to be managed out in component libraries that can get loaded up here. Rambling Geek is here. Hello, hello. Another member of our Live Coders team. So good to see you. Welcome in. So I'm going to mark, now that we know it's 800 by 400, I know the first one. So if we look at the right, no, I don't want to start it in Docker. Start it over here. Only use Docker for publishing. I want to start up and and run this application, and I think I'm going to end up clearing out the entire layout. Maybe I'd like to have some themed backgrounds. Like, it'd be cool to have an animated background that was a snowstorm for winter, and you know, a nice beach background with waves crashing for the summer. These types of things, right? Something friendly and appropriate for the season. Maybe day and night scenes. What do you mean something's already in use on 5001? No. Well, that crashed. What was that? Go away. Nothing's running on 5001. No. Oh, yes it is. My bad. And let me see here. You know what? Before I even start that, let's get this connected to GitHub, to the hub of all things Git. Scroll up, back up to the root here, and I'm going to grab the URL, wire it in. So I will git init, git remote add origin that, git branch rename master to main. What do you mean? What's the git branch rename? Is it -m? I thought it was -r. Yep, -m. Do I need to actually add something? Git checkout main. No. It doesn't even have a branch yet. Git pull origin main. Bring that in. There we go. Add all the things. First commit. So I've got something there. Git push origin main. Track that. Cool. And the only branch I have is main. Fantastic. All right. So I've got all of my things wired up. So I've got just the basic application here. So let's start. Let's take a look at what we've got and then start gutting it like a fish. No. Oh, Chicken Man. Happy to answer that question. Let me bring up that question. When I did the git push, I added the -u switch. That does the it sets the upstream branch that we're going to be pushing and working with. This way I can do a git pull, and it knows exactly which branch to pull in from. So thank you for the question. So sometimes I assume that folks know some of the git switches and things that I work with. Yeah, Karnak's right? Karnak's running? Yeah, there it is. So this is the default app that we get. I don't want to look at the default app. Show me the developer tools here. Wait a sec. Dockside, device emulation. I'd like to choose about my device, please. Oh, there it is, right there. So we know that it's 800 by 400, so I'm going to change this to 800 by 400. So that's about the size of my Raspberry Pi. Not about, that's the size of my Raspberry Pi display. Okay. For the purposes of a display and interactions like this, I think I have maybe... I think I have some on-screen widgets that I need. I think I have... that are things that I just want to display. I think I also have some buttons that I want to press that will drill down and go into other features of the device. It was 800/400 was the size that the 800/480. Oh, you're right. Thank you. 800/480. There we go. I already had it open. Yeah, 800/480. Okay. Cool. So, some widgets that I want to have on the screen, things like the weather, things like the level of the oil tank, right? But I've also got those buttons that you want to interact with to do the lights, and show the status of the lights. So, yeah, don't want to miss out on those other 80 pixels. So I think I've got two features for each one of these widgets. I have some sort of a display, and I have some sort of set of buttons to go with them, and maybe even a menu to go with them. So yeah, my oil tank in Score. So I did a project 2 years ago where I have a Raspberry Pi sitting in my basement with a camera pointing at my oil tank, and it reports back. It takes a picture 4 times a day. It's turned off right now, but 4 times a day it takes a picture. Is it 4 times or every 4 hours? I forget. It takes a picture of the oil tank gauge and reports back. It stores in the cloud. Here's the number that was reported on the gauge. So let's clear out this layout. I think I want to do something. If I do something with FlexGrid, CSS FlexGrid, it'll be easy for me to, with CSS, right, generate some CSS that says, okay, place this in this location on the grid, and I can clearly define a grid that is a field of buttons. Or maybe I start off, maybe the initial home screen is a dashboard. There's a button on the on the dashboard, right? The dashboard is just a series of visibility widgets, and there's a button that'll take you to settings for the widgets. Or maybe if you hold down on a widget, it'll go into the settings for that widget. And then I think I've got my basic design then. Yeah, that was 2 years ago. Can you believe it, Rambling Geek? I was looking at the data. Here, I can show this. Here's the data that it was capturing, and it was from 2018, December 2018, and it ran into January, and then kept going for months and months afterwards. It was capturing data, and I had it storing the temperature outside, because it was fetching the temperature from a weather service and reporting it here. So I still have that data hanging around, and I'll resurrect and mine that data, but it's sitting. Right now it's sitting in Azure Table Storage, but I think now that I have the Synology in the house, why not run a Postgres database on the Synology and just save it over there? Just spin up another Docker container and lob it into that. So, all right. Let's clear out this user interface. I think I want some sort of a settings widget that will allow me to configure the settings for the device. Things like, off the top of my head, background. I probably want a clock display on this as well, right? Simple. So if I'm going to put a background, I'm going to want some sort of an upload. Let's write this up. Let's write this up real quick. For what does write a settings widget, right? So I need widget architecture. So we need to define for each widget right, the front, right, the dashboard display. Oh, it already put that for me. The settings display and some sort of a service interaction. Hosted service plugin where the business logic is occurring. Interaction. It's not interacting with the Signal R Hub. I'm just going to be repainting, right? I'm going to be repainting the widget as things change. Yeah, time does fly, huh, Rambling Geek? It's been 3 years since I've been streaming. Ooh. So this is an enhancement, right? This is this initial definition, and I'm going to have, right, so settings widget. Define the following settings for the device. I have a feeling we're going to be working on this project for a couple streams at least. Background image, because I may want to be able to upload some of these things from another device in the house or from my phone. Oh, that was a great picture from so and so. Let's set that as the background image. Upload, and it gets set on this thing. Clock. Display font, display format, and font. Just start with that, right? Just something to define an initial capability here. Replace the home with industrial and the Raspberry Pi with a PLC, and you'll have what I'm looking for on my job. You know what? This is right, something that, yeah, industrial folks are going to end up running into. So let's start clearing out the layout. And right, I feel like I need is there do I need a library or something that's going to take care of the touch? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm going to want an error page if there's an error. I don't need the fetch data stuff. Let's get rid of that. You, go away. It's still running. Go away. I'm trying to delete you. Go. Counter, you, go away too. Data, yeah, these things are going to go away. The weather forecast service. Bye-bye! So I can go into shared. I'm not going to use their nav menu. You're out of here also. Survey prompt. Yep, no more of you. Startup. Let's see down here. Weather forecast service. I live in that shit, baby. Let's see what else we got. Okay. I think that's... Let me go over to the main layout. We're going to end up... Yep, there is no sidebar. Sorry. The no about thing at the top. Let's see. I think we can just... Do I even need page? Let's do something like that. Do this. Bring this over here. Yeah. Yeah. Have I heard of Home Assistant? I have. That's why I'm trying to write my own. Because I thought this would be fun. Something that's a simple app, and as a web developer, right, I like to get my hands dirty and learn how to build new things, right? Kind of push on the edge of some of my knowledge and make it happen. And if we build something that's nice, well then...
Show me the money.
No. It's... Right, this is kind of like how a mechanic will have a project car in the driveway. This is my project car, right? Something to tinker with, to do some cool stuff. And right, at some point there's There's ideas like, well, if we have a really complex Christmas light display, I don't right now, but if we did be able to control that from inside the house, and yeah, other interesting things. So I think we've got a very simple project here that we're defining, right? We're gonna define these three pieces to the widget architecture, and we'll build that system widget to start and define how to load things up. Because, right, I'm almost tempted to say that I'll have widgets that I'll want to load in from DLLs into the container. I'll maybe even upload them. And it's a Razor class library that unpacks and loads things up and through some service location mounts and makes those features available. Right? There's a bunch of different ways that we can go with this to make this expandable and allow folks, by making this open source, make it real easy for other folks to be able to add in features later. Simple. You know, simple, right? Natasha says, of course, that I am...
Squirrel is so bad. He's good.
I am. Speaking of the squirrel, tomorrow I'm doing a stream over on the Code It Live channel. We're doing a code party over there, raising money for the Red Nose Foundation. I'll be over there, and there is a new animal costume that they've tricked me into. Tricked? Is that the word I'm looking for? That they have sent to me and said, you will wear this. So now I've got a squirrel, a chicken, and something else for tomorrow. So that's a thing. They've politely asked me, Lycan, thank you. Thank you for, yes. Lycan, you indeed have the tact here. I'm going to applaud you on this. They've politely asked me to wear and sent to the house. A simple plugin architecture with dynamically pluggable DLLs inside a cutting-edge Blazor server running on a touchscreen Raspberry Pi. Yes. Yes. So, no, the Red Nose Foundation is, I forget. Red Nose Day. I forget what they support. Campaign to end child poverty. That's what it is. So they've asked me to help out with that, and I'd happy to step up and to assist there. All right, so I've got this cleared out at this point. I'm going to add a folder here for components and start defining this system configuration component and figure out where those abstraction points are between front end display and the configuration. Actually, the system, I don't think, has a front end display, right? I think it has a capability to I don't see that message from Aztec there. I want to put that up on the screen. Yes. I've been voluntold. It started in the UK. Okay. Awesome. That's great. So, why not host Prometheus on the Synology? What's Prometheus? I'm not familiar with Prometheus. Prometheus Raspberry Pi. Hey, guacamole. Love what you've done with that. I don't know what Prometheus is. Installing. I don't want to open and go right to. It's a monitoring solution. So that you know that it's up, and you've got a monitoring. Neat. Okay. This is Firefox that I'm using. Part of the Grafana suite. You found a plugin framework. Everything is a plugin in .NET. What do we got? See, I just want the Raspberry Pi to be running a browser. I don't want it doing anything else. With plugin framework, everything is a plugin. Plugin framework is a plugin platform for .NET Core applications, including blah 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 blah. Plugin framework. Using plugin framework is as easy as adding a new single line into configure services. The code finds all the plugins from the My Plugins folder. Plugins can be used in a controller using constructor injection. You can provide multiple plugin locations using catalogs. So, what do we get with Blazor? I would have liked to have seen some docs. Not familiar with the Fast Design Network. Framework. I'm sorry, the Fast Design Framework. Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit of docs as to what's this do. Introduction article from InfoQ. Plugins are software programs which provide extensions to an application. Plugins are designed to work with a single application. The app is often called the host application. Right. Plugins are dynamic, blah, 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 blah. Plugin framework, type, plugin name, plugin version, plugin calls a catalog. Okay. All right. Is a NuGet package allows you to customize extended .NET application. Blah 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 blah. Show me an example of this thing running. No. Okay. So if I go through to the Blazor one, startup. Add plugin framework of type iWidget. Okay. Then what? Where's... Fast Design is from Microsoft? Oh, okay. Great, you added a framework. Now what? Using plugin sample shared for each widget in widgets. Widget title, render widget. Great, where's the widgets coming from? What's an iWidget? Not clear to me. I'm having a hard time seeing how to get started with this. Okay. Not clear here. Yeah, so there was a question about the Fast Design framework. Not familiar with it. Didn't do anything. Once again, this tells me nothing. Y. I'd like a Y. Yeah. Ed has a link to the plugins here. Minus operator. Shared plugins. Add plugin framework. Hey, Coding Bandit is here. Hello. No, we're not actually using the Raspberry Pi. I'm not going to get into loading on the Raspberry Pi today. I'm just trying to get some of this. It's not. I'm struggling to understand the Blazor sample here. Have I looked at Octane? No, I don't want to use Octane. Octane is an application. There we go. Application framework. Yep, inspired by DNN. Where'd it go? You're if somebody's building a framework, building something to show and say, hey, here's what we do, here's what this thing is, here's what's so great about this. You're not telling me anything about it here. Okay, what is Octane? I click into product and show me something, sell me. You need Octane because this. Nothing. So, look in the CS proj of the sample Blazor app. Project references going into the Wiko plugin framework ASP.NET Core. Wikio plugin framework sample shared. Plugin framework ASP.NET Core. I need to go up 2. I'm not going to rat hole on this. I've spent 20 minutes trying to figure out what it does. Sorry. Takes too long for me to even figure out how to get started with it. Out. I don't have time. I'm trying to get something done here. I need samples. I need something that makes me say, yes, that does exactly what I want. I'm not going to rat hole and spend 3 hours trying to figure out exactly how to use their framework. Move on. I'm going to define a series of components that have the same name so that I can, by convention, discover them, load them, and map them on my screen. I end up rat holing looking at somebody else's open source, and if I can't figure it out, if I can't get past here's why you need this, right? If you look at Blazor Web Forms components, right up top, purpose, here's why you need this. You want samples? Here's a sample that shows exactly how to use this. Boom. Great, it's a plugin framework. Show me how to use it. Show me a sample. But there's nothing showing where to plug in. Exactly, the code is not documentation. You need a little bit of marketing. Exactly, a quick start. Here's how to build your first widget. Oh, you want to build a Blazor plugin with widgets? Here's how to do it. Here's a simple Blazor widget that puts a hello world square on the screen. Done. Here's how you do it. It's sitting in a Razor component library as a plugin, and boom goes the dynamite. So, anyways. All right. So if I define, let's figure out and add a first Razor component that's going to be, let's call this settings, and if it's the back office settings, right? So let's call this system.settings.razor. And I can set forth a convention that says the component's settings are in a .settings widget, right? So that I can put on the index, right? See, look at this. I got to get rid of some of this stuff now, right? So now I'll be able to say system settings, and I'll be able to easily, by convention, go find that and go open it up and use that. Yes, exactly. I can use DI for components. So let me do imports and let me add. Oh, man. Yeah. There we go. Right. So now system_settings is my settings component for the system. Exactly. And I'll only load those widgets that I want to load. And I'll have a clear definition of here's where the settings widgets are so that I can jump through and show those. So I'm going to want I'm going to purposely create a code behind with this. Why am I doing that? Stop going through all that stuff. System settings Razor CS, and I can also create the CSS and stuff to go with it. We'll figure that out later. I'm going to add to dub root. I'm going to add a folder, and let's call this background. And I'll put background images here. I'll also create a folder, and I'll call this fonts. And let's make it plural. Let's make all of these plural because I want to load different images out there to be used. Why didn't it call this system.settings? There we go. Okay. And if I implement, I like what Blazor Mr. Magoo was saying. If I implement an interface, right, for the widget, I've clearly got the different components of this. So I think I'm going to define another component, right? I'll add system.razor, but I don't think this one actually has any user interface. Because this is just the system settings that are just always there. Maybe it's, let's call it system.widget, because it's the front end widget. There is no, and I'll add a class for this, right? System.widget.razor CS, right? System widget, and I'll make this a partial class. What is that? What happened over here? What is this? No! No! Stop it, Carrie! What did you do? Are you freaking kidding me? Friends, stop the music. Stop the music. Are you freaking kidding? Stop the music. Are you kidding?
Hi, Steve Wozniak here from Apple Computer, from a time long before live coders. Oh my gosh, I could have used you so much in so much of my life, and I'm so appreciative of what you do. I always believed in being helpful, being educational, helping others learn from what you have already learned and accomplished, and it's been a major part of my life. I programmed it into myself when I was quite young, like 20 years old. This is how I would be, and I have been to this day. There's nothing more important to me than helping others. Often when I get asked, what's your legacy going to be? And I could think of some technical work I've done, even personal computers, but I almost always say my legacy, I hope, is I'll be remembered for being good to and helping others that need help. Actually, in the local public schools where I live, I wound up teaching full time, not just, a weekend here and a weekend there, teaching full time how to use computers for all the subjects in school. I wouldn't let press near it because I don't want press near young children. These were elementary, middle school kids. And I did it because it was my way of giving something. I might improve a life here and there. I might save somebody to enjoy school. My class structure was, everyone had to participate. I had to know where their head was at. They all had to learn. And it was not teaching them how to be geeks, not teaching us how to be developers like we are. It was just how to use a computer successfully. But the output mattered to me. One of the things is I had to structure my class so we had a ton of fun built in with productivity. I believe that even every job I've had in my life, wherever you work, you'd better be around some people and be able to toss out a joke here and there.
Yes.
It's very, very thankful though for what you do, the live coders, because now we have computers and we have the internet, we have bandwidth for video, interactivity and all. I mean, this is when we started Apple, the amount of memory that would hold one song cost $1 million. So we didn't quite envision how far Moore's Law would go before it crapped out. And obviously it went so much further than we could have ever guessed. Always, by the way, always be safe. Don't share your keys on the stream. Quit doxing yourself, Fritz. I'm very thankful to be able to address you. I'm going to thank Coding Bandit Carrie, assisted by Hugo.
Oh my God! Holy crow! The OG. Oh my goodness! I have to download a copy of that. Sure, that's fine. I'll log in with Facebook. Oh my Lord! Thank you so much, Carrie. I'm going to grab a copy of that and share a copy to the team. That is so kind that you send along a request to the OG Steve Wozniak. Thank you, Hugo. Thank you, Carrie. Oh my gosh, that is so kind. What's the Twitter link here? What's that do? Did it? Okay, it did download. Twitter's not, that button doesn't do anything. I had to top the. I still have the toilet paper on the desk over here. Oh my goodness. Should I share that? I think I need to share that from. Oh my goodness. Copy the link. Thank you. Friends, I am thrilled. Gosh, Steve, if you're out there, if you're listening, thank you so much for taking some time from our friends Carrie and Hugo to send along a message. Appreciate it. We look up to the sample that you've set. We want to make sure that kids, underprivileged minorities, underprivileged groups, wherever they might be, we want to try and help them get an opportunity with technology. Thank you so much for those kind words this holiday season. Wherever you might be, Steve, I hope you have a happy holiday with you and yours. And it continues to be the mission of our stream team, the Live Coders, to bring technology, make it easy for folks to access everywhere. Thank you so much, Carrie. Thank you, Hugo. Thank you, Steve, for taking a minute to say hello to us. I need to change who I'm tweeting as. Let me go over to TweetDeck. so that I can use. Let's do this. So I can tweet as the live coders. OMG, surprised by by one of our technical leaders. Is he the Woz? What's his Twitter? There he is. In a Cameo video message this morning. Thank you for the kind words as we continue our mission to make technology education accessible to everyone. And there's the link, right? I'm allowed to post that, right? If Steve dropped into chat, I would be I would certainly be thrilled. There's a tremendous amount of respect for folks that broke through in this industry. Folks like Steve, Bill Gates, of course Steve Jobs. Rest in peace to him. But Hewlett and Packard, so many folks that have done so much for this industry, and to really set things up for us. I do know that Satya has watched parts of the stream. I've mentioned that in the past. That's fine. I know that Scott Guthrie has seen some of this at times, and it's something that we're definitely we're making a difference, and we're helping folks by sharing topics and writing code together. That was a fantastic interruption. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Hugo. I am. I am tickled. I nearly broke down there. That was awesome. So, right, there are folks who are a tremendous influence to your industry. Right, exactly, Liliana, and you'd be thrilled if they recognize you for the work that you were doing to help and forward things here. Wow, that was great. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was a great interruption. Did anybody clip that? Or you can create a highlight? I will have to go back and get that. That was very awesome to see. I'm going to retweet that Live Coders tweet. And retweet that from my account. So really great stuff. I even want to anyways. All right. Yeah. There's plenty of time to clip that. Let me get music playing again here. That was great. I will take that interruption every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Yeah. Let's end the stream right there. We're done. Nothing more. Nothing else to see here. Quite speechless. So. How you doing there, Lily Hazel? Good to see you. I'm not going to do another Live Coders toilet paper commercial. It's a little bit further out of my reach over here. Yeah, joined at just the right time. My goodness. Okay, so we're defining a series of widgets to put on what's going to be this little home automation display. I see an issue was created out there. An additional issue here. Right. Refresh. Comment down here about automating deployment. Consider Watchtower, a process for automating Docker container base image updates. Oh, okay. All right. We'll come back to that when we get to deployment. Good idea. Yeah, witness the attempt at recombobulation. Right? Right?
You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong?
No, I'm not wrong. No, I'm just... I'm feeling good, and...
Everything is awesome.
It is. You can still hear the giddiness a little bit. A little bit. Where was Mom when that clip was playing? Mom! Where was my mother? Oh my goodness. So if we're building a little home automation, I'm focus. Here we go. Focus. And Svava didn't see it either. Oh my goodness. I'm trying. I'm really trying. So I want to build if totally flummoxed. You got me good, Hugo. I'm allowed to take that one in. Thank you, One Lion. It was the one. Yeah. You just don't expect the was to stop in. Yeah. That's totally a thing. Don't leak the keys and dox myself. But I do it so well. Fortunately, this is all going to be published locally, so not too concerned. I'm going to build a class library to hold the interfaces for this. I don't know what to say. No. I searched for class library. Not .NET Standard. I want .NET 5. Right? Okay. I guess. You do it very well. Oh my gosh. Let's call this Fritz Home Automation Core. And gosh, come to think of it, a little inspiration from Woz there. Because I'm making this so it's very touchscreen friendly, you'd be able to run this, right? It's a web page that we're building. You'd be able to run this on a tablet, on an iPad, iPad Mini, iPhone, all of those devices. So my address is just below over there. You can find the address for the PO box. So yeah, that's a thing. And I have some Amazon gift cards I'm going to be sending out to folks on the team that helped out with the conference we ran in November. I need to get those sent out as well. Surface Go as well. Sure, absolutely. Okay. I want an interface that's going to define the settings component. And I don't know what's going to be inside this, but I'm going to have a settings and the widget component, the actual front end widget. Right? And the front end widget, his town is maybe a 5-hour drive in good road conditions. Okay, good to know. How I would do it as an Electron app. Ooh, that's a good question. That's something fun to think about, yeah. Maybe Maui. Well, .NET Maui's a little bit further out there. What do we got there? Stelzy with a link. Did you... What do we got? You just don't expect the was to stop in. Yeah, that's totally a thing. Don't leak the keys and dox myself. But I do it so well. I do. So that's the thing. Svava, you missed it. Rewind about 10 minutes. 15 minutes, actually. Or check the link that I posted to Twitter. Because that was a thing. Yeah, was. There's something to be said about folks who are referred to as the. I shouldn't do that. There's. That comes with a certain tone of hero worship. Not intended. But definitely appreciation for their achievements. So. I am so flummoxed it's not even funny. Time Bender has a question here. Maybe that'll help me get back on track here. Let me put that up here. And whip replacement, that's not a bad idea either. Let me put up Time Bender's question. What are my thoughts regarding gRPC over REST for new projects? That's not a bad idea at all. That really isn't. gRPC is really a flavor of REST, right? That has additional protocols to describe exactly how you transmit data back and forth between client and server. REST is just a very loose definition of representative state transfer, right? Transferring data between client and server. I'm tempted to use gRPC because it also dictates you have to use HTTP2, which will get you better serialization of your data, better transportation, because you can also multiplex going back and forth with HTTP2. Binary data will travel much faster. The compression format you're transmitting in, called protocol buffers, very compressed, very easy for folks to interact with that on lighter networks. So I'm tempted to say, yeah, let's prefer gRPC in new projects. That's not a bad idea at all. I'm still flummoxed. Whip replacement. How clear is my vision of the desired result at this point? Do I do any sketches or just improvise on the go? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea to put together. Why did I drop frames there? No, it didn't drop frames, but it overloaded. That's not a bad idea. But part of me wants to start with a sample, right? Figure out what the first one is.
And then?
Derive from it, well, here's the framework we want to go and do for the next bunch of these going forward. Yeah, Steve definitely has a very positive attitude and character, and something to be said about what he said there about teaching young folks, teaching kids, and giving them an opportunity with technology, and certainly having an opportunity to learn from somebody who was a leading engineer to start this industry. Tremendous opportunity for those young folks. So, I'm gonna pin Lucky Number 7's question there and get into this. Yeah, let's go to Lucky Number 7's question here. Would I say gRPC is good enough, easy enough, and secure enough to use for external-facing APIs at this time? I know it's SSL required, but is there more growth needed in the tech? The way that you can use it with ASP.NET Core, I think it is. Because you can easily generate clients from a service definition, right? Our service definitions, the .proto files that you create, make it real easy to generate a client, which is a throwback to, right? You can do this with OpenAPI, Swagger, But even going back to like WCF, to be able to point to a service definition, or even SOAP for that matter, and generate a client from that so that you end up always using the service the right way. So I think gRPC is there with the appropriate tooling. I think some folks in technologies, different technology stacks, can help make it easier. The folks with ASP.NET Core have done a pretty good job to make it easier. It could be improved. The tooling could be improved, but the base technology use, I think, works really nicely. All right, let me get into this. So if I have a widget component, I think it has to have some sort of a, well, maybe it's in the, is it in the settings? So if I have a widget component, there should be a corresponding setting to go with it. So this is going to have some sort of a name property for this. And it's just going to be get. You're not allowed to change the name of it. Right, the name of the widget to display. No, close that. Now I'm tempted to say I should do the rest of this stream using my Apple device, but it's not charged, and I don't have all my connections wired up properly here. I don't have my screen capture device. Yeah, we'll probably get into some gRPC as we do some other services, but not yet. Maybe gRPC for ClipTalk, gRPC endpoints that folks can interact with. We'll get there. That's a ways off. I agree, Chicken Man. That it feels like there's a template missing there. Starting a new Blazor project, want to add a core library that has those shared references that you're going to put into other projects, but it doesn't give you .NET 5. It gives you Net Standard as the option here. If I change this to Net 5, right? Does that work? Can I do that? So it wasn't an option to choose in Visual Studio. That feels like something missing there, right? It should have been in the drop-down list, but right, if I go, let's try that one more time. Add new project, and class library, next. Sure, I'll just call it that. And yeah, there was no option to set the version. So that's feels like a gap. Not terrible, but feels like a gap that needs to be filled. It is showing in yours. There are multiple class library options. Right, if I search for Razor class library, WCF class library, .NET Standard, .NET Standard, USQL, .NET Framework, .NET Core, .NET Framework, .NET Core. And these are different languages. F#, VB. Right, I don't see, right, if I choose .NET Standard, right, it doesn't let me choose a version. I click I click create and it just goes right into it. If I choose .NET Core down here, right, and create, and there's Task Runner Explorer again. That didn't prompt me for a version either, and it just created Net Core app. So, feels like a gap. Not hard. Not hard. I mean, we can provide, just report a problem. There is no .NET 5 template appearing. So they know, and we can make sure that it gets into the next patch of Visual Studio. It's good to provide this feedback when we see something and that doesn't behave quite the way that feels right. So let's say .NET 5 class library template is missing. And I'm guessing there's going to be something similar that pops up. Hey, Pac-Man Jr. That was a nice message from Woz. And there's definitely a highlight we need to grab for that. Yeah, it's not here. There is no template in what version is this? Look at the about 16.9 preview 2. Dev 16.9 preview 2 for class library using .NET 5. Additionally, you cannot choose the version of .NET Standard or .NET Core when choosing those class library project templates. It's more difficult to complete. No screenshot. No actions. Submit. So, right, and even if I selected .NET Core and it wasn't in there either, right? Next, and there is no version selector. Yeah, there is no version selector. So, not terrible, but good to report, and hopefully that makes a return in a future version. So, what are we coding? We're making a Fritz automation service here. We're going to build a little website that does some automation for the home and allows configuration of adding little widgets that will control different other things as they get added into my home. Hue lights, Wemo, power device, weather, these things. So, I think there's also, besides the components here, there's also got to be somewhat of a hosted service that does this. .NET New Class Lib does, yes, if you do that at the command line. Have I enabled the option that shows the new projects? No, I haven't enabled that. That's not trust settings. Preview features. Configurable file nesting, experimental Razor editor. I should turn that on at some point. Updated project properties UI for code spaces. Project properties UI local. No. Fakes for .NET Core. Faster syntax highlighting. GitHub Actions support and publish. Load projects faster. New Git user experience. WPF XAML designer. Show all .NET Core templates. Enables restart. Use previous quick find experience. Okay. Have I ever used Hangfire? No. Hangfire is an out of service, an out of process service hosting. iHosted service does that nicely as well. And I think I need a hosted service that goes with this for well, is it a hosted service? Or just some sort of a little delegate that kicks off the background widget that has, here's the configuration, here's the other things that I want to show, and how to persist it. That's a good question. So I've got the name of the component that I want to show, settings, and I want to put the various settings that I want to output here. Right, this is like the settings model. So if I have another interface that is the iSettings manager. right? Defines how to manage the settings for a widget. That might always be the same, because I'm going to save it into some sort of local storage, right? I'll create a Sqlite database and persist the settings over there. But there's other things. How to defines the how to trigger and run background services for a widget. Yeah. You tried it in Visual Studio and it lets you choose the .NET version, and .NET 5 is on the list with the templates turned on. Yeah, I'd believe it. Am I creating these to prepare for dependency injection? Yes. Hey, word drop. Welcome in. First time here. Glad to have you. That was loud. I'm sorry. That was loud. Right? Was it loud? Or am I just... But thank you for tuning in. So we'll figure out what more to add to this. You're awake, right? It wasn't that loud, was it? Yeah, we're okay. That was all right. Because I've got louder. Oh, I've got louder. No, it wasn't that loud. I'm looking at the wait a sec. Yeah, I'm looking at my gauge here. That wasn't bad at all. Yeah, that was about as loud as I am. We're good. We're good. Right, and this we can bring up a little bit and bring that down over here. Yeah, there we go. Come on now. Who you calling Clippy? Clippy. Alright. I should have dyed my beard for this. We're not going to get anywhere near done this, but... The sound clipped? No, it didn't clip. No, it didn't clip according to my gauge over here. We didn't max out. Why is that showing? All of a sudden I'm getting... That explains it a little. Alright. So I have these defined, and if we go to this one, implements, right, what did I call it? iWidget component. But I'm going to need that reference over here. At using Fritz home automation core, which means I also need to add a reference to that project. There we go. Let's move these out. And rename file. Okay. So I've got something that defines, here's what the various interfaces for these. I need a tada command. That can be done. Yeah, it was supposed to be loud, not quiet. You're just trolling me at this point? Of course you are. I should have known. Alright, close this. So I have iWidget component on this. If I go look at the class behind this, right, I think I need that, and now I can implement that. And I can turn that to just system settings. So this is always going to be present. This one's never going away. I don't have to worry about loading these separately. But the system settings, right? I do want to implement. I do want that something like an H3 up here, but implements. iWidget settings. Why is it C component but not settings? Right? No. What did I call it? You got sponged!
You got sponged just resubscribed for 2 months, Pock.
Thank you so much. And we'll make another donation to Girls Who Code. Much appreciate. Where'd it go? Widget component. System, this one. Settings component. Okay. So I'll put settings in here like background and those types of things so that I can paint this when I bring up a modal for the settings for whatever widget is that you're showing and working with. I see a question here. Let me back up to it. Let's make sure we get to this from High. Is it High? I've seen you here before. High Tech. Why use a lambda there instead of initializing the variable? So if you initialize the variable, then it keeps it in memory. By using a lambda there, that value isn't stored in memory. It's just returned each time. There is no memory storage there for that. So, whip replacement asks, is implements in Razor the same thing as inherits implements in a C# file? You got it. Yep. And you put it in both places and it'll have the interface. It'll show that appropriately. So, like, okay, first setting that I want to define in system settings is going to be the background, right? And I think system settings need to have the injection of, right, there's going to be some sort of settings storage. If we define an interface, settings provider manages the storage of settings for a widget. So if we return an oh, come on, Fritz. I'm still flustered. Do you see this? Do you see this? Who could that be? And you want me to go to Santa mode? Fantastic. That's a great idea. I like it. Let's go to Santa voice mode for a bit. Where's voice mod? There it is. I even configured a special Santa button just for today. Now, okay, that's... I purposely changed the button. Like, I changed the button to Santa. See? And it says man to woman. No. Santa. And if I click the Santa button, it should go to Santa. It's not going to Santa. I think I broke it. I'm going to have to select it by hand. What kind of? That's fine. Stop the music. Stop that music. And, let's go to Santa mode. Oh, yes. It's me, children. Santa Fritz.
Turn off the other mic. There we go. 5 minutes on the clock for Kris Kringle. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why this, that. See, it's wrong. It doesn't. Santa. Voice mod is running. And it says selected. Alright. I guess it works. I sound like Worf to you? No! Ho, 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 ho. No, that's not me. I'm Santa. I'm gonna put coal in your stocking. Oh, but it's Hugo and with the Christmas gift that keeps you on giving, right? Did I put 5 minutes on this clock? Because Santa needs to get back to the North Pole. Alright, let's go. I want to get settings for widget. String name of widget. Get all of these settings for the widget requested. Sure. And I'm going to want to save settings for widget. The name of the widget. We don't need no the. Dictionary. We'll take strings and objects and we'll call that settings. Save the settings for the widget. Specified. Okay. Alright, there we go. And actually, we should know the widget. Maybe don't pass the name of the widget. Maybe pass in the widget and get the name of it. Because we know the widget in the widget component. I want to minimize the name of passing things around. Do a cameo clip for Steve as Santa Fritz? No, no. I have to name all methods he writes in the theme of the voice he's using at the time. So, that's interesting. You know what, let's move the name over to the settings manager, because I think that's gonna be, right, present in both of these settings. Like that. No. Settings manager, yes. Settings provider, where'd it go? This one. The settings, ho ho ho. Now you can't unhear Worf. I am not Worf. Just for that, we're gonna need T-Pain after this. Just to switch it up. Okay, so I have a way to get the settings from both locations. Get into the settings manager. The settings manager should have access to the settings provider. So let's put that in here. And here's how to go get the settings. Yes! Hey, Wheelchair Sean. Good to see you. Always great to see Sean here. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, so I have a way to persist settings. Let's move this somewhere else. There we go. Alright. Oh, oops. Settings provider. Okay, so let's implement a settings provider using Sqlite. Just drop it out there. No, I'm gonna do it in memory first, right? Data, I'll just add a class. And I'll call this in-memory settings provider. Right, and just store it in memory. So, settings provider. Oh, do we have to say goodbye to Santa? For now, yes. With the Mad Titan. No, Mad Titan.
Oh yeah. I'll give you 5 minutes of T-Pain from here. Feeling good. There we go. All right. So I'm going to store data in memory for the widget, just so I have something simple. Get it running. Not Santa Wharf. No Santa Wharf. All right. Let's create a dictionary of settings. So we'll create a dictionary of dictionaries. I'll just call this data store equals new data store. Let's make that a private read-only static, not strings. Static, yeah. All right. Dictionaryception. Oh yes, 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 yes. All right. So getting settings, that's easy. Return data store. Name of widget. Boom, done. Save settings, that's easy. Data store. Name of widget equals. Do we just call this settings? Done. I think I can just do that. There we go. All right. So I have a way to go get them. Why don't you like that? Oh. This should be iDictionary. No matter. Done. Get the simplest thing working first. Then we'll add complexity. Bald-bearded builder.
Bald-bearded builder just resubscribed for 25 months. Oh geez. Forgot to cancel that again. I guess I've got 30 days to get it sorted.
Thank you so much, my friend. And we'll make another donation to Girls Who Code. And if you check out Bald-Bearded Builder's channel, he's making donations to Backpack Buddies. Happy to keep my subscription running over there to support his efforts to get kids backpacks, get kids a good meal. Great work he's doing in his community as well. Teaching, giving, love it. Love it! All right. Where was I? I was doing that thing. We're gonna want to register that provider. Who did it? There he is. I do make it hard to cancel when I end up giving everything away. Yeah. Sorry about that. Let's add. Well, I'll just add this as a transient. Nah. Oh, it needs to be singleton. No, it doesn't because I made it static. Settings provider. In memory. There it is. Got it. There it is. And at some point we'll need to add another method here to go register and find all the widgets and loading them up. How you doing there, Bald-Bearded Builder? Good to see you. Good to see you. I was thrilled with that cameo video this morning. Oh my gosh. So good. No replies on it. Did he like it? No, he didn't like it. If Was likes that tweet, there's a whole nother layer of back to thread safe. It's in memory, I don't care. And it's only gonna be running on one device. So meh. Right? Thread safe is not too much of a concern. So okay, back over here, that's fine. Oh, no more T-Pain. Alright. we'll just go back to J Fritz, and it'll be all good. So where was I? Adding. Okay, so I have my settings provider. So inside, I feel like I want to have a base, right? And I need a settings manager, right? Well, that's appropriate for each widget. I feel like I want to have a base settings manager that I define. Why don't you like that? Oh, I'm missing. Right, a base settings manager where this is abstract and this is received and set up for me. In which case, I want to get rid of that. Need to use ClipTalk to get a clip of the reaction? Well, to publish a clip. Yeah, that's not bad. I should be able to just create that class here. Base settings manager. And let's make that a protected constructor that's going to receive an iSettings provider. iSettings manager. And I'm going to make the name abstract. So you have to implement it, right? Can I do it as virtual? Yeah. Let's see here. So I'm going to want to say settings provider equals that. So it's now being passed in and stored, and I can make this available and use it in my widgets. I have no idea what protocols I'm going to be using. I'm building the web user interface. I've got Hue light bulbs, I've got Wemo devices, and I've got a couple other things that I want to put on a little dashboard. So, no idea what protocols that I'm going to be using. Figure that out after I get a little bit of the dashboard laid out here and I start reaching out to communicate with the things that are already out here. So what I want to add then is a system manager class, right? System.manager.cs. I could probably just call this system.cs, right? Or, right, implement base settings manager. Come on. Why you know like this? Yeah, rename the file. Rename the file. It's not renaming the... Ah, there it goes. Okay. Why you no do this? Yeah. Let's call it System Manager. Don't you? No. I may have just... There we go. Yeah, override name. And I'm going to call this system settings. Right? So that's there instead of over here. Right now, widget component is going to receive settings. We need to do something with that. Yeah, system conflicted with the namespace. Wi-Fi proprietary stuff? I don't want to do proprietary. Hey, assert fail. Hello. WCF bindings. Come on now. I feel like settings should be a get also, not get set. And it's right. I don't need a constructor on this. It's a property. Or do I leave the settings up to me? Yeah, let me. You know what? I'm starting to overthink, and I'm getting into analysis paralysis. It's not even a parameter. It's inject. And I'm going to inject iSettings provider. Right. So now I have my settings available, but I need the manage. Well, wait a sec. If I just inject the system manager, there's no the settings provider. Right, I need to implement constructor. There it is. Good. So I think I should just receive that on this. In which case I'm not even doing the injection here. Right, if I'm doing the injection instead of system manager, I just call this manager, right? Because then when I've got a method over here, right, manager dot, I shouldn't even call it settings provider, I should just call it settings. That's better. Right, so I can say manager dot settings. Hang on, we can simplify. Right? Because I know the name. Right? Your settings. I check that. Let's store this. Is going to be return settings provider name. And that's going to be an iDictionary. Wait a sec. String object, like that. Why don't you like this? Oh, because I made it get settings for widget, like this. Now that'll return, yeah. So now I have a way to get the set to interact with the settings. I could do that with an arrow. Well, I was also going to put a set on this. Right, so I could say settings provider, save settings for widget. It's going to be name value, and I'm saving them. Now, I want to change this to an iDictionary. I think that's a little bit better. Why don't you like that? Get that. Good. So now I just have the ability to say settings and reach in and get the appropriate object out. Fantastic. the arrow notation doesn't give me any significant feature there. It's a little bit more terse in the delivery. I'm not going to get wrapped up in it. But I want to also inject into the settings component, right? This is the behind the scenes component. I'll inject that. So my manager, right? So there's the name. I also want to add a property for background image. Let's build that first. Right? Got that wrong. Return settings. That's better. And that's a string, so... So when I have a background image that I'm setting, and I need to do this as 2 steps. Right, I'm going to... name of background image equals value. And settings equals settings, which will force the set and push it back. Yeah, using the arrow notation is just a matter of preference. Get set makes it a little bit, in my mind, a little bit clearer the intent of what you're doing with the property. The arrow is just a little bit more terse. Exactly. I used name of here instead of this string, but by using name of, I don't have these magic strings floating around. Name of will take this, and if I change it in the future and instead just call this IMG, well, it updates everywhere. And I'm protected from having something that will always be the correct name, right? The other thing is, right, the concept of magic strings is something that's been drilled into me we want to avoid. If you can avoid right, this is a label that we're going to put out there that at some point, if I were to share this and make this available for, well, I am sharing this, but if we wanted to localize it, I'd want to be able to localize that string, make it something that folks can replace, that's appropriate for Spanish, French, whatever language. Put that in there. It does end up doing the same thing, but it also makes it very clear exactly what it is that I'm saving. Right? There's no need to put an extra string into the system. So now I have a way to have a background image. And right now I want to take that background image. I want to have my system settings widget, right? Loaded up, and I think it, right, if I have one page to this app and it's this, maybe I always have the system settings widget in here, right? Maybe I always render, right? Maybe I always render the system widget. Maybe the system widget generates appropriately a style block that has the background in it for the app. Right, so if let's change this from div. Let's make this main. And then I can put the appropriate contents on main that I want. I'm going to reach into site here. I'm going to end up yanking that, but for right now I'll leave it as is. I'm not going to change button primary content. And look at that. This is server pre-rendered. Nice. I don't have content. The Blazor error user interface and invalid I will leave there so that we get that layout appropriately. I don't know why this is indented. But for main, let's have a... Let's say this is width, 100%, height, 100%, padding. Let's give it 10 pixels from the sides so that it's always there. Yeah, that's right, NFG codecs. I am taking advantage of a little bit of meta programming at runtime. It's already there. It doesn't have to go and refigure out those things. So main now is going to be the full size. So now if I make system, right, if I make my system widget, which is a widget component behind the scenes here, has access to the manager, the systems manager, which, is it going to create that? It might not create that for me. So let's create a class, and let's call this widget registration. Public static. I want to attach it to this iService location register. This iService provider? Services, iService collection. No. iService collection. Right? Yeah. iService collection, that's location. So in here is where I'll put all the things to register, and I'll eventually put some interesting logic in here. Who dat? Pizza!
Peace_A_pizza just resubscribed for 19 months.
Thank you so much, Pizza. Good to see you. And we'll make another donation to Girls Who Code. I'm gonna register system manager. All right. And return services. So now over here, I just do service, no. Yeah. Right. I should call that register widgets. Yeah. And have it go do all the things. I'll put a bunch of other classes in here that go through and do reflection appropriately. So we got that. Okay, so now I have my manager available to me. So now what I could do, what I should be able to do, is do style main background image. I'm still blown away, Carrie, that you got Waz to do a message for us. Thank you. And I'm gonna reach into Earl backgrounds / manager. This dot manager. Why don't you see that? System widget razor. If I delete that, Did I not get these lined up? I might not have gotten them lined up. Oh my gosh, Tofu Lock. Let's put this up on the screen. Want to say a thank you for streaming. Just graduated a week ago with bachelor's in computer science and having C# Fritz open in the background while I'm working on my own assignments was awesome. Thanks. Tofu, that is awesome. We gotta celebrate that. Absolutely. Congratulations to you. Yeah. Best of luck to you. Bachelor's in computer science. I love hearing folks that getting their education, moving forward and doing something in the tech industry. A lot of hype for that. Look at the hype. All right, Tofu Lock. Best of luck to you and in the career ahead of you. That is great stuff. Oh my gosh. Love it. Yeah. I don't think I did this right. Like, if I tell this to build now, it should tell me, that's not there. It should tell me I don't have that. Oh yeah, lots to learn. Here, there, ever, oh yeah. Uh-oh. Oh no. Why are you opening Task Runner Explorer? In system.razor. Oh no. I don't have system.razor. Object does not exist in system. Oh no. I think I messed up, friends. I think I messed up. I might have messed up good. Let me rename these. System_settings razor. Ooh, that actually worked. Let's try it up here with this one. Yeah, it did it to both of them. I think I did something wrong here. Noun per Del Rey. Oh my gosh.
Paulowski just resubscribed for 7 months. Great times learning new things.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. 7 months. We'll make another donation to Girls Who Code. Look at the sentiment. 94%. Noun Pierre Del Rey says, having Fritz as a background while working in here, something interesting to come see is a must. It's like having Stack Overflow ready on the second monitor. Thank you. That's a little bit of what we're trying to do here. Almost developer talk radio, right? Being able to talk about things. Absolutely. Appreciate the kind words there. I think I broke it. Whereas I don't see system.razor. That's not a thing. I think I broke it. Okay, better. Nope, not better. There is no system.razor file. Oh no. Yeah, I think I did break it when I called the one thing system. Let's see. Where no, we're all right there. Let's do a clean on this. Home automation core could not be found. Okay, hang on. Let's go rebuild this one first. Well, there's no namespace on this. See what you did there? There's no namespace. Come on, format it. You're supposed to do all the indents. Be that way. Why don't you like that? End of... I've got too many of them, that's why. That should build, right? There we go. Now we should be able to rebuild this one. Right? Yeah, I may have to unload, clear the obj folder. Where'd it go? Unload project. And open the folder. Obj and bin are cleared. Reload. I'm effectively turning it off and back on again. Yeah. I'm okay with it. Here we go. Get the using statement built now. So, we'll get to that. System settings does not implement. Yeah, I know. In-memory settings provider. Oh boy. Initializes cannot implicitly convert dictionary string object to. So if I do it like that, that fixes, but that it doesn't like. Fine. Oh wait, that's an iDictionary. That is an iDictionary from that. Rats. Crumbs. Okay, so if I make this like this, and like that, that works, that works, that works. Yeah, we've all broken a .NET project pretty good before. Yeah. Alright, now over here. Alright. The settings, iSettings component, doesn't implement. So let's fix that, because I changed the way that that's built. Freelyoung!
Freelyoung just resubscribed for 4 months.
Thank you so much. 4 months with us, and we'll make another donation to Girls Who Code. I don't see it. It doesn't have my card number saved, so I can't do the donation live. Unless I go get my card. And I really should do it today. I will do that next time. I will do it next time, I promise. Okay, settings. So I have my settings. So now what I should be able to do for my system widget is, yeah, there we go. Now it recognizes what the manager is. So I should, no, it doesn't. Why don't you know? This is iWidget component. Right, system widget razor. Right, system widget. See, this didn't implement. Why am I not getting the partial class here on it? And it's, right, like, if I do that, it still doesn't see it. All right, there it saw it. Background image, right? Like my thought on what, like in? Yeah. Yeah. Right, so that's an easy way to add a background image, right? And for the purposes of just getting this working, let's go find a background image. Right. And I look for like a snowy cabin animated. Right? Just something that's images. I'd like an animated GIF. That's 800 by 800. I could work with that. That's a little bit small. Winter cabin GIFs. That's kind of cool. A little bit small. Right, and I'd like it if it was snowing. Winter cabin snow. That's not bad. I wish it was the other way. You know? Just looking for something to make as that first background so I can show, hey, look, it works. Let's see. That's just a little small. Winter landscapes and scenics, wintry. Oh, what do we got there? No. 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 It's too clumsy. That's somebody's feet. No. Let's see, what else do we have? Pinterest. That's kind of cool. Once again, wrong size. You know? That could be a good one. Oh, the frame rate's awful. Ugh. Ooh, how about this one? That's nice. 800 by 600, I can work with that. Save image as. No, not save link. Save image. Right. cdev, Fritz, home automation, web, dub root, backgrounds. Right, let's call this cabin.gif. Why not Google with the size requirement? That's not a bad idea either. Right, I can put a size requirement on this. That helps. That's a terrible animation. I'd love it if that was a better animation of the horse, but the frame rate is just brutal. Oh, that would have been so good. Wait a sec. Now I didn't want to back up that way. Yeah. No. Still a little bit small, 475. Do I need to make it large? It's not really wallpaper, but it's going to be wallpaper. Not quite. 500 by 375, too small. This is large. Perfect. That's right. Can't use the image with the horse. This isn't coded in JavaScript. No. No. All right. Let's go with that for now. So if I default, where'd my where it was data. There it is. Create that new dictionary. And I'm going to create an entry here of type, what did I call it? System manager, right? Right, system settings like that. Yeah. And a new dictionary. String object. And I called it background image. And this is just because I'm defaulting it. And in backgrounds now, I'm going to call this Snowy Home. There's where I need it. Cool. So now it should start, it should load, it should find that. Let's see what happens. Right, make sure that, well, I've got a build fail to start here. Look at this. What was that? In memory, it cannot be used as type parameter T implementation in the generic type. Add scoped. There's no implicit conversion from in-memory settings provider to I settings provider. Yes, there is. In-memory settings provider. I settings provider. It's right there. I'm missing a using statement is what that is. Try again. What's this one you have? That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. All right, this should start up and it should have a background then appropriately that takes up it's going to take up more than some services aren't able to be constructed. For system manager could not be located. What do you mean that needs to be public. And we'll inspect the size of that and go from there. I did something wrong. Main class PG4, and it didn't render my component. Why you no do this? Right there. Because it's now system widget. That's why. That's not going to refresh, is it? Try again. Okay. Next step, we know that the system widget, right, the main setting, I can do this in sight, right? This should be display block. No, that's not going to give it to me. Do I make this 800 pixels by 480? I mean, I feel like I'm kind of forcing it at that point. Right, I feel like I'm cheating. But that would be a cool background for a little home IoT device. But I don't like that I've hard-coded the size, you know? Isn't there a setting in the head for, yeah, content width equals device width? Right? If I... Page display flex. Where's that coming from? I am going to want flex, but where'd that come from? If I turn these off, right, it goes away. That's a little bit small over here. Let's make that bigger so you can see it. Right, if I make that 100%... Yeah. Height auto? No. The width it definitely picked up. I agree. In score, that's a nice idea. What would you suggest? That's a good idea. Right, I want it as the main for a background. Right? It's not picking it up because of... So, right, I think I do have to... Yeah. I also want to put an over... I think I need the height. There's got to be a way to do that. Right? Is there a way to go, like, device width? 100 VH? Ah, look at that. Nice. Well played. CSS. Oh, it's the class page. That's what this is. Doing the flex direction. Okay. We're gonna want that eventually here. But the 100 VH, do the 100 VW also instead of 100%? Sure, let's try that. VW. Cool. All right, I'll update to that also. Okay, so I've got that now, and it's picked that up. If I were to use a CSS snow effect, it might be easier to find a picture. I like the idea. For right now, I just wanted to get going so I can select a background picture, right? My system settings are working. Let's add now the ability to get to the settings gadget and be able to choose between all of the various settings and then see, well, here's your background and here's the backgrounds that I have available. right? And start providing that interaction. At this point, this is all that's going to show up on my Raspberry Pi device. So let's take those next steps. There was a comment though about the adding some opacity. What do you think for the opacity? Where'd it go? Main. I don't know what an opacity value set is. Right? CSS opacity. What's that? No, it's not a live view of my house. Okay, it's between 0 and 1, where 1 is not transparent at all. Okay, so if we make this like 0.75, right, if we did maybe 6, 5, so it's kind of light in the background. Maybe that's another setting that we bring in from our configuration, right? And we'll want a background color then to go with that. So I have the main element in my layout. Where's layout? Right. So that'll make all child content have that opacity as well. Well, right, that's why I don't have it on the downward selector. If I make the, so maybe there's a background color that it goes with, right? Isn't that a thing? So if I go over here, right, where did I put? Oh, there's background image. Right, so if I were to do public decimal, yeah, it's okay. Background opacity. Right, I can do almost the exact same thing here. And do it like that. And just drop those in like that. No, this will not be WASM. I thought it just made the top level object and the objects that you placed over top of it. Right? Is right, or is there CSS background opacity? Yeah. We'll set up the background image opacity. And they have a div inside of that doesn't have it. Sure, I'll add an H1. And let's do this. I'm not just gonna stop this. I'm gonna reach over here. To that one. .NET watch run. So it's constantly updating in the background. I'll have to do that. So sure. I also want to turn off background repeat. Love this part. And now that's 800, 480. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I've got some... Nah, there we go. So on index, I put the system widget. And not that, but this on the main. Use it as an overlay. So put a div in that is the background that's the appropriate size. Well, or an underlay at this point, right? So if I were to take this and call this BG. Nah, let's hang on. Right? There's only one of these. Let's put those other 100 VH height, 100 VH. Background. No, it was just opacity. Wait a sec. We're all right. I'm gonna force this to 0.6 right now because I don't have it in the thing. It was this should be VW, VH, and make this Z index -10. So it's at the bottom. Oh. Right, position absolute. Top 0. Left 0. There we go. So now it's an underlay. Snow was all right. We did okay here. Dark blue. Not bad. All right. BG after content. Why am I doing the BG after content? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm gonna mark number 2 as done. That I've got an architecture for this. I've got to implement a lot. You had enough snow in Michigan and Illinois and you moved to Georgia. Nice. It is hard to type code. Yes. Tell you what, here's what I'm going to do. Right, I've got all of this saved here. Let's go over to this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'll push this up. First implementation of background setting. Oh, to put that on main. Yeah, right, this way I can make main exactly the right size, and I've got my little background here to do it. So, And I generate that from my system settings, and the idea would be then opacity, right? I should be able to say, instead of that, say manager, there it was, background opacity, and I need to have a default setting on that. Come back over here. Background opacity 0.6. Yes, I know. Unable to cast. Oh, I know what that is. M. Reload. There we go. What happens if I change the background? The background color. Right, so there's main. This. Right, what if I change that to red? Doesn't do anything. Div class equals hero dot hero, right? Put the background image into a pseudo element of the parent. Oh, then I don't end up creating another element. Background size cover. So background size cover. Change this instead to main before, and then I'm not creating another element. Where'd it go? Content is empty string. Thank you. Don't need background color. Top right, bottom left. Do I need that? And position absolute. Then I don't need this. And it should just work. Images above background color. If the images were transparent, somewhere it'd be visible. Well, if I took this all the way down to like 0.2, right, it's over white at that point. It doesn't matter what the background image is. Right, even if I took this all the way down to 0, right, it's still white, is what it goes to. It doesn't go to black. I mean, unless I put, right, maybe if I put on main, right? Background color red. Oh, is an alpha channel. Right, and then get rid of this. And if I go back up here and I change this, yeah, then it, right, there's, right, did I turn off Z index? Was that one of the things that I turned off here? Yeah.
I'm Scott, I'm new here.
Okay, yeah,
Fapu, welcome in. Thank you so much for tuning in. Twitch Prime, spending those Bezos bucks. And they'll be matched by some Microsoft money. And we'll make a donation, double donation, to Girls Who Code. Thank you so much. I could make it an option just to use a background color. Sure. Let's get something done. Let's get it working, right? So that's the system widget. I need a way to get into settings. This is going to be a button that'll always be on screen. So I remove that. Let's go back over to the CSS. One second. Right, so main. Get rid of that. That didn't do anything. And main has the page on it that has display flex. So I want to specify columns across for the various widgets and vertical, right? So, right, it's how do I do the column? Yeah, flex, right? Actually, wait a sec. This is a test. Should have been... I modified that. Yeah. Okay. So, flex grid... Right? What's the flex grid designer? Online designer. Yeah, I want to do... Well, the page has... Give me a second. This one, I think I'll do right here. See? Has display flex here. Main direction, yeah, rows. Wrapping, yeah, sure, wrap. Main align at start, cross align, whatever. Controls the proportion of size growing, no. Item margin, sure. Content's gonna be blocks. Because they're gonna be all kinds of things. And yeah, I wanna have a placeholder down at the bottom, just like that, because I'll have a settings button down there. Give me the CSS. So it is already display flex on main. So I'm going to turn on these other things here. And container after, display block. Well, that's the thing at the end. And each one of the items will be like that. Yeah, I do want to be able to define how many columns and rows, but... I mean, if the item count is like... Let me start with it like this. Let's go this way. Because, right, it'll wrap depending on the size of the things that we put in the box. Where the heck did Visual Studio go? Did I close Visual Studio? No, it's right here. So, I'll put that on main. Okay. And I'll put a main after on this. And right, this is going to be, yeah. And I'm not going to call this .item. This will be the widget. Right, each one of our display widgets will have that, and I'll use a similar approach when I build the settings page, so that the setting, when you see, here's the list of the settings for all the widgets that you have installed, I'll be able to just tile them across. So let's make this system settings. Now, widget settings, because system is a widget. In which case, let's just do that. So on index, I'm gonna put a little div, and system settings, and I'll put in on click on here. Show system settings. And I'll end up, right, changing that text back and forth to return to main display or something like that. But that should appear now down at the bottom. Well, that didn't appear at the bottom. I want it to appear on the bottom right. And I can't click on it. Why can't I click on it? I can't click on it because that overlay is over it. Oh, I didn't assign the ID to it. Let it reload. Forgot that. Am I still using the Kio webcam? Yes, that's, well, this is the Sony that I mentioned. Yeah, that's not at the top. It's underneath of everything. Right? It's been pushed underneath of. Whatever. Force it higher. There we go. Now I'm able to click on it. It's still not doing the thing that I told it to do when I have it clicked on. What? Right, on click, show system settings. That should be firing. Put it down on this one. Yes, normal console right line in... Oh, wait a sec. It was. Because I'm running server side. If it was WebAssembly, it would write to the console. It's not WebAssembly. So, okay. But why isn't it aligning on the bottom right? And actually... Right, ID widget settings. That should have picked up. And moved to the bottom. Right, I want it to be down here. Each widget will push the system settings div. Well, then maybe I want it absolutely positioned. And right, maybe I can grab font awesome and grab like a gear image. What font is here? Open iconic. That didn't do what I wanted. Well, that's no. Here I thought it would be some sort of icon. No, it's not an icon font. Right, I thought the flex would have... I was thinking that was going to move it to the end. Right, what I'd like that to be is a little bit of a gear. And I have a font awesome. Right, let's look up icon font with a gear. Right, I could use font awesome, but some of their licensing is kind of weird. Yeah, there we go. No, they don't have a gear. No. What do they have? Cog. Super small file size. Right, that's open iconic, right? So I can use that directly. If that's being referenced in my... Right? Open iconic bootstrap min, is that in my layout? CSS bootstrap min, is that? I don't think it's being referenced. Right, so if I drop it there. It's imported in site CSS? Is it? Ah, there it is. Okay. Cool. Then I should be able to go here. And instead of having this H3, I want to put the cog. Where'd it go? It's probably under C for cog. Right? I could use an image tag. Let's use the icon font. What now? Why was that the only one selectable? Will that work? Nope, didn't work. Nope. So let's try the icon font. Hey, Ultrafy, welcome. Am I a strongly typed person? I prefer to be, yes. So where is it? No, where's the font size? Hey, there's Coding Bandit. It's snowing where you are? Why isn't this outputting and using it? Bootstrap font. Span class OI dash icon name. Right? Cog. Okay, now I've got a cog. Okay. Title, widget, settings. Yeah, Bootstrap. Sure, Ultrafy, the AMA tag is on the stream. You're always welcome to answer a question. What do you got? I think I want to go back over here and... because it's a font, right? I can say font size, X large. Color, gray. I feel like I need a drop shadow on that. CLW is here. Oh my goodness. How you doing there, my friend? Let's try that. That's a little bit too far. What are the settings on that? Is it going to tell me? No. So let's shrink this. Closer. The hurricane is here. Yes. That looks really good with the drop shadow. Okay. Been lurking for a good 3 hours, finally getting a minute to pop into chat. Good to see you, sir. Did you, oh my gosh, the video. The video! I can't believe I can't believe Waz doing a video for us. Unreal. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I have my little widget and it's showing in the background. Part of me says to make a clock widget that appears. Maybe a clock widget is one of the next widgets. Right, maybe if I'm showing the settings for the widgets, right, I'm going to want to be on index. I feel like there should be a collection of widgets that are on the screen that it knows that it's painting. So, do we have IEnumerable of I widget components? Widgets? Override on initialized. Why don't you like this? Widgets equals. Well, hang on. This, can I have 12? It won't have 12 into it yet. It is being injected. Right? So I would need to be injected the widgets. Not there yet. Not there yet. Okay, system widget, which is just output in the background, and is always going to be there. So I don't really want to do anything else on that, right? Because eventually, what I'd like to do is just do for each var w in widgets, right, and say like w dot render fragments, right, and go through and just add them into the output. There's a way to do that, isn't there? Right, right, if I were to say render widgets. Right, if this returned a render fragment, render widgets. I got it. Build render tree. Yeah. Counter equals 0. No, I think it starts at 1, doesn't it? And I would do build render tree. Right needs to take what is it? Ah, shoot. How I've seen this done before a couple times. Where you dynamically generate and you're outputting that as a render fragment. Return render fragment, and with build render tree, I'm forgetting the syntax because I want to do add component, add component. Yeah, here, open element. Say it. Yeah, there they are. Right, so I would do like open component. Oh, is it going to inject it as it adds it? It might, right? Open component counter plus plus, and I'm going to do a for each on this. I don't want it to inject the widget component. I'm going to get like the types. So, right, I think I'm going to do IEnumerable of types. Let's call this W in move this up into here. And the type is right. Right, open component and close component, right? So I'm just adding them. So what happens if I have equals new system widget, right? Is that going to render? Yes! Okay. Now I've got a way to register widgets. I have to put them in a type collection somewhere that gets injected, and boom, there they are. I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. So now I've rendered the type widget, but I know the type of it, so I should be able to reach into it. I know I can reach into the name of it, and by convention then go from system widget to system settings, render a settings widget inside of a settings panel that I'm going to display when you press the settings button. Hey there, is it Gaududis? Welcome in. Hello. I've been just going along here. I don't really have an end time. I'm just kind of going along, doing a thing. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't really have an end time. I'm just kind of going along. And having fun with this. And hopefully you're having... what is this? I don't know what that is. you want to learn C Sharp? You're 13 years old. Oh my goodness, welcome in. Hello, hello. I have a whole series of videos that are in the same format that you can find over on the .NET YouTube channel called C Sharp with C Sharp Fritz. If you want to get started with C Sharp, very friendly discussion, and I use notebooks that you can interact with in your browser so you can learn about C Sharp. So, best of luck to you on your learning journey. Let me grab that YouTube link for you real quick while you're here. I have a video I have to post yet from Monday. But there is, yeah, my playlist isn't on the front page of the .NET channel because there's so many playlists. But let me get you, yeah, here we go. Same type of format like we're doing here, and we're working in notebooks. Where's the playlist? Can I jump? Yeah, there's the playlist. I need to put this on like a, what's it called? On like a command to pop that. But learn C Sharp with C Sharp Fritz, and there's 14 videos. There's a 15th I have to upload here, and I need to update some of the docs behind these. All kinds of help to get you started with C Sharp. We start with C Sharp at the beginning, and we're now getting into web development in the last 3 episodes. And I teach that very beginner-friendly stream on Monday mornings on the Visual Studio channel. So, yeah, I need a link to the playlist. So, yeah, big shout out to the Visual Studio channel, because I work at Microsoft. So I think if I click this, I want to have some sort of a display that pops up over this that is, here's all the widget settings for the widgets that I've loaded. So if I want to have that, right, that settings modal that'll pop up, right? So if I have an ID for the widget settings button. So let's call this the widget settings container. And I'll want to do a render widget settings buttons in here. Right? Render widget. Yeah. Right? And I'll want to do something very similar to this, but different. Right, I'm not just going to go get that type. I'm going to translate that type. So instead of it being system underscore settings, I want to grab, instead of system underscore widget, I want to grab system underscore settings. Settings name. Settings type name. I'm terrible with nouns. Is it just, let's start there. But I'm going to replace underscore widget with underscore settings. No, it's all there. So then the settings type is going to be get type. Rats. I have to do this reflection. Ah. Go through this way. get type. Yeah, the name. There we go. Settings, type name. So now I have this. Now I have the settings type, and I'll render that there. Which it should appear the settings that are in this system settings widget. There, reloading. Oh. Component type must implement iComponent. It should have, right, system underscore settings. So what's it trying to render? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Should have found that. That didn't work. System underscore settings. I wonder if it's because it's not the fully qualified name. Nope, didn't like that one neither. Why didn't I like that? Doesn't implement iComponent. Yes, it does. Partial class, system underscore settings. Public partial class, system underscore widget. Public partial class, get rid of this. Nope, doesn't like that neither. You don't need the component base because it's a partial class. Right, the partial class should join these two together. Right, so I should be able to say this dot settings. Say, it sees the other half of the class. But it's not picking it up. So what am I doing wrong? It's like it's not even getting the right type. Right? I meant to do that. That it was in the wrong place. No matter, it still fails. No! It should have rendered them in the second div. No, it rendered the same in the widget settings container where I wanted it to do render widget settings. Right, it rendered this, it didn't render the settings. It rendered that same. No. It rendered that same system content, system widget raiser. It rendered that again. Inside of here. It shouldn't have rendered that one. It should have rendered the settings component, which would have had this. System settings. And it's not rendering that HTML. Yeah, I modified the wrong code block. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yep. But it's not picking up. Right, even though I'm telling it to go render system settings in the same location. Fritz Home Automation Web Components. Fritz Home Automation Web Components system settings. It's not picking it up. This content isn't there. Yeah. You need to actually tell it to render that thing. And there's the problem again. So it's saying it doesn't implement iComponent. So let's do this. Let's see what it's outputting in the log. It doesn't even get there. Do that just to try and get and see what this is doing. We're not going to get to any of these widgets, but I should move them into my issues list. Huh. If we get rid of these, just to get it running. Why am I rendering a component via C# instead of writing out an element and having the page renderer do it? Look at that. Holy crow. Even when I'm not writing it. Just trying to get the type. Alright, well that's telling me that it didn't get... Actually, it's telling me that this get type didn't get it. Hey, Vicious. The idea being at some point, I'd like to be able to move these around on screen. And I'm going to start dynamically loading them at some point. So if I have them sitting in a catalog as plugins, right, the for loop to just put them on the screen just works, right? But that's not getting that type. So if I just say w dot full name, okay. It was able to get it, right? So now if I try to put the component in, is it going to get the component in? Looks like it. There it is. Awesome. All right. So yeah, tofu lock. This is going to give me the ability to add and put a bunch of widgets in there and have them right now I only have the one widget. Right, but I would be able to put it in there a bunch of times and it'll generate all of those for me. So, for right now, I'll hard code the one, but eventually the idea would be I would store a preference of here's the ones that I want and the order that they appear on screen, and this just spits them out, just writes them onto the screen. So, Chicken Man has a question here, and I see a comment from HTTP Junkie. I haven't read it yet. Let me put Chicken Man's question up. HTTP Junkie, that's very nice of you. Very cool to see my progress on Twitch. Wishing me a happy Christmas and a Merry New Year. Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate the kind words. Yes, widgets self-contained details on how they render themselves. Yes, they do. Yep. Let me see here. What do we got? So Chicken Man asks, shot in the dark, but do I know how to ask the C# Graph SDK? I don't know who to ask about the C# Graph SDK. No. You're playing around with Microsoft Graph API. The documentation for the API is great, but the documentation for the C# library is lacking. No, I don't use the Microsoft Graph to spelunk and go through all the different Microsoft 365 objects. What's his name? Could try 98 Codes. That's Greg Hurlman. He's a developer advocate on the Power Platform. He might be able to get you pointed in the right direction. So on Twitter, 98 Codes. So 98 Codes. He might be able to help you. But personally, I don't work with that. So. Oh, awesome! I got a message back from. So, I've been playing Myst on the Oculus Rift. Not Rift, Oculus Quest. Particularly Oculus Quest 2. And it's amazing. It looks beautiful. I just got a message from the folks at Science at... Here, grab that. I asked them a question yesterday. I don't... If you've played Myst, you've probably seen this. There's this, right? There's the stone ship age, right? It's when you first land on Mist Island, there's a boat to your right that's sunken underwater. You raise the ship and you go in there, and there's an island that you visit. Well, and when you're on the island, you drain water out of different areas of the island, and you go down into these underground bunkers. Well, after you drain the water, and I get the power all lit underground, the doors are all locked. You can't go through them. How do you open the doors? They're not supposed to be locked. Like, I went through once or twice, and the doors were opened, and I accidentally bumped the light switch. All the lights went off. A siren went off. All the lights went off, and the doors to the area where the light switch is underground, they were locked too. I was trapped. I'm like, I'm done. So I'm gonna have to reach out to the folks at Cyan and talk to them there. So who's that? MB Crump. Jeremy on Twitter as well. There you go. Sure. How's it going there, my friend? So I'm gonna have to reach out to Cyan and be like, is this supposed to be locking me in here? Alright, so I want to be able to bring up now, when I render the system widget settings, right? I want to be able to put a label for, or be able to choose from the backgrounds, eventually upload a background. So maybe if we do this as a definition list, right? Background image. And I can just put this as a select for right now, which means I'm going to want it as a form, but I don't want it as just a, right? I'm going to want to make this like, well, hang on. Let's background opacity. We'll figure out that. That's enough for now. But I want to, right, I want to, some sort of an image initially that you click on that opens these. So, oh my gosh, it's like a Telerik reunion here. Coding Bandit, MB Crump, and me. Oh my gosh. So let's put this in a window. Call this yeah. Class equals settings window, something like that. I don't know. Right, and I'll have some sort of an icon, right? If display window, if then we're going to show these. Else, some sort of an icon with a label. Class equals settings icon. So, right, if I were to put the cog again. Style equals background color light gray. I'm just making this up as I go. I don't know. Right. So I've got that span and right. Oh, let's do text align equals center, and we'll end up moving these out somewhere else. What did I call this? System settings. So now I need private bool display window. Right, and on click of this, I'm going to leave the style on the end there. I'm going to call display settings window. Private void. No, I need a, there we go. Display window equals true. And I'll put some sort of a, right, I'll have some sort of decoration on here so that there's a close button. Right, or, heck. Can I do button group? Yeah. Button primary. Save, right, and do something like that. Private void, save, do something snappy here. Oh, Stephen Vore was in here yesterday. Nice. HTTP Junkie worked for Telerik last year. Oh, awesome. Eating dinner, heading to bed. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Carrie. That was so kind of you to drop by with that video. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I feel like I want to watch it again. Let me see. That should be refreshing. There's my little system settings gadget that we're going to end up showing. DevReach. I helped produce DevReach this year. Virtual DevReach was... Well, I never did a DevReach. Let's start there. Right? That was... I never made it to one. Uh-oh. Name close window does not exist in the current context. Oh. Let's build that. So, and I've only ever been to Sofia for a day. 2 days. Display window equals false. And we'll make the window, we'll place it appropriately and fade out the backgrounds. What do we got? Close window does not exist in the current context. Yes, it does. It's, son of a gun. Alright. You were the developer advocate for Kendo React. Nice. Okay. There we go. So we'll clean this up and put some styling around it, but I have a system settings button, and when I click it, there we go, my settings, and I should be able to hit close. So, right, what I want to do is you click this, and it makes these things appear over top as a field of, oh, here's all your settings. And then... be able to choose, oh, I want the settings of this one, and a third window appears on top that are those settings for that widget that you chose. You finish working with it, close, and it goes away. Is that a Kincaid painting? I don't know. It's a Google search. You hope they keep doing DevReach online. You work in a cheap government institution. So I think the cat's out of the bag with regards to the various virtual events. Even if everybody got the got the vaccine as quickly as possible here. We're not traveling anywhere till at least July. That being said, we've figured out a model for live events, live virtual events. I think we want to figure out what's the hybrid model look like. It's not just put a camera in the back of the presentation room. What are those next steps to make a virtual and in-person event so that the people who do travel get their money's worth for it? I want to be there to talk to the speaker, and you still get the attention and the promotion of worldwide access to in-person events. Okay, so I don't need that. I've got that working. Prometheus might make sense to add in here. So let me add the other widgets that I have here. A Philips Hue widget. That's an enhancement that we'll want to build. So, Wemo widget. That has all the logic to connect to and get data back and forth from those devices. And a weather widget. Right, with the idea being these should, once the architecture is defined for these, it should be a snap to build these and just drop them into the application, and it just paints them on the screen. So I'm not, this thing should show these, which then lets me do these various things. Why is that curved on one side and not the other? I need another right button. Secondary? Is that what I want? So what's the concept of a hybrid event? What does that look like? What does that do? There we go. That's kind of, it doesn't matter what they look like with my mouse. It's going to be a finger that's touching it. So, and I feel like background images, you're going to want to be able to browse and see those in some sort of a file picker or do an upload. We're getting there. We're getting there. Will I be working with MQTT to talk to these devices? Oh, look at that!
Code Rush rated my stream with 7 viewers.
I usually raid him, and he's raiding me today. Oh my gosh, Mark, thank you for the raid. I'm not planning on going long here. I just happen to be going a little bit longer, and I don't really have a end time here. So good to see you. Hey there, my friend. There he is. How's it going, Mark? Let me save what I've got here. Let's git add, git commit, and Mark, did you see the video from the video that I shared earlier today on Twitter? Because it was sent to the live coders. Look at that line of swords. That's a lot of swords. Starting layout of widgets and settings. It's nowhere near done, but it's doing its thing. Let me share it again here. I want to go back to it just because, man, was that cool. Do you mind, chat? Do you mind me opening it up here? I want to look at that again. This blew me away when I saw just that face. I'm like, what?
Hi, Steve Wozniak here from Apple Computer, from a time long before life coders. Oh my gosh, I could have used you so much in so much of my life, and I'm so appreciative of what you do. I always believed in being helpful, being educational, helping others learn from what you have already learned and accomplished. And it's been a major part of my life. I programmed it into myself when I was quite young, like 20 years old. This is how I would be, and I have been to this day. There's nothing more important to me than helping others. Often when I get asked, what's your legacy going to be? And I could think of some technical work I've done, even personal computers, but I almost always say my legacy, I hope, is they'll be remembered for being good to and helping others that need help. Actually, in the local public schools where I live, I wound up teaching full time, not just, a weekend here and a weekend there, teaching full time how to use computers for all the subjects in school.
That is awesome.
I wouldn't let press near it because I don't want press near young children. These were elementary, middle school kids. And I did it because it was my way of giving something. I might improve a life here and there. I might save somebody to enjoy school. My class structure was, everyone had to participate. I had to know where their head was at. They all had to learn. And it was not teaching them how to be geeks, not teaching us how to be developers like we are. It was just how to use a computer successfully. But the output mattered to me. One of the things is I had to structure my class so we had a ton of fun built in with productivity. I believe that even every job I've had in my life, wherever you work, you better be around some people and be able to toss out a joke here and there.
Absolutely.
It's very, very thankful though for what you do, the live coders, because now we have computers and we have the internet, we have bandwidth for video, interactivity and all. I mean, this is when we started Apple, the amount of memory that would hold one song cost $1 million. So we didn't quite envision how far Moore's Law would go before it crapped out. I mean, obviously, it went so much further than we could have ever guessed. Always, by the way, always be safe.
Yes.
Don't share your keys on the stream. Quit doxing yourself, Fritz. I'm very thankful to be able to address you. I'm going to thank Coding Bandit Carrie, assisted by Hugo.
Oh my gosh, that was just amazing. That blew me away. Huge thanks. I mean, I know this is a little bit of a gimmick on the Cameo service, but taking that time and maybe at some point we'll see Steve stop by a live coder stream. I'm hoping maybe he looked us up to find out a little bit more about the organization. But gosh, I can't say enough about thank you for asking Steve to say a couple words. And there's a link to the video on the Live Coders Twitter account. You can check out that tweet. I'll grab that real quick. But much respect to one of the guys who helped drive this industry that we've all benefited from, and without which I mean I've built a career here and been able to provide for a family because of this industry that he helped found. So huge thanks to him for starting this, and for, like I said, a quick video. Clearly he's holding his phone and recording it, but I think many of us on the Live Coders are in that same mindset of we want to share and make folks aware of how much fun you can have, how easy it is to learn these technologies and to extend and help teach. I mean, I'm building a little gimmick here that's going to end up on a Raspberry Pi, and we've been learning about Blazor, and we learned about the size of the Pi device, the Pi touch screen, and I'm going to package this up as a Docker container, have it run on my home server, and it'll be a neat little service for my family. But just building this initial system settings bit here is going to be great. That's the name of your stream, Daily Code Fun. That's great. Yes. He donates all of his Cameo to charity. Awesome. Oh, that's great. Yeah, there we go. Yep. So a couple folks have retweeted it. I appreciate the support there. So yeah, really, really cool. I think I should wrap up. I've gone a lot longer than I wanted to. I normally like to go about 3-4 hours, and we're out at about 4.5 hours. You like the Diva hat? I had a request for the, why didn't it find it? I had the request for the hat change earlier today, and we had a Santa voice earlier. We did T-Pain earlier. I think it's not going to find it. There's a thing where Azure gets stuck. Azure gets stuck where it sees the same image multiple times if you upload within like 30 seconds. It doesn't flush the queue and have a new take a new image. But it was picking up and reporting the Diva hat just a few minutes ago. Let me make sure. Let me clean up the code here and let's call it a day. Let me see here. Where to go? Over here, right? Yeah, everything is cleaned up. So let's head over to the main display, and we'll figure this out. So we're right at the beginning of this little project to build a touchscreen user interface with a couple of widgets that'll do home automation in my house. And this was part of the Festive Tech Calendar, the series of events. Check them out. Hashtag Festive Tech Calendar on Twitter. And I'm going to continue iterating on this over the next few streams. Tomorrow morning. Well, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Let me switch music and get over to the next topic. So, tomorrow morning, I will be over on the Code It Live channel. Speaking of those Telerik friends, I'll be over there, and we'll be raising money for Red Nose Day and fighting childhood hunger. We're doing a code party. There's a bunch of incentives, wacky things that you can have myself and my co-host Alyssa Nikol do along the way. We have a bunch of interviews lined up. We have some planned shenanigans. There's a Kahoot trivia game in there, so you can win some prizes. It promises to be a fun morning starting tomorrow. I believe it's at 9:30 Eastern Time. Check it out over on the Code It Live channel. They have more details over there. Saturday, I believe it's 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. I'm going to be joining .NET Dave for a Rocking the Code World show that he does over on his channel. Check it out. C# Corner on Twitter will give you more information about that. Here, I'll drop a link into chat about getting involved with that one. I'll be interviewed over there, and we'll be talking about Blazor, tabs versus spaces, other cool projects we've been doing here, live streaming. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate you tuning in. It's meant a lot to me. The key combo plugin, that's Karnak. I use Karnak. That pops up there. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network. And Karnak isn't necessarily an OBS overlay, it's just an overlay. Let me see who else is streaming over here. Twitch Dev is streaming. Twitch Dev. That's definitely a thing. Yeah, you know what? Let's go check out Twitch Dev. Thank you so much, friends. I appreciate you tuning in today. Here's the raid call. You know, we probably shouldn't have a raid call going in to see Twitch Dev. But there's the raid call anyway. You're welcome to use it if you'd like. And let's set up the raid to go see... I bet it's going to be our friend John Bulava over there. Yeah, and he's joined by Lucas Ledbetter All right. Thank you so much for tuning in. Get ready to go see the Twitch dev channel, the folks that helped make all the cool Twitch things that we as developers use, the APIs, the interactions that are available. You know, Lucas? All right, here we go. I click the button, and there comes the raid thing. The raid thing doesn't always work in Firefox. I don't know. Just a few seconds, and I'll see you over there. Take care.